Hello everyone. You are listening Darkwood Tales podcast, and I am here to tell you true deep wood stories. Close your eyes and enjoy. Something watched me from the shadows, waiting patiently. I didn't hear it at first. Not exactly. There was no heavy footfall, no snapping twig, no guttural breath thick with hunger or hate. But I felt it, a prickling across my shoulders, like icy pins pressing into the skin beneath my coat. The kind of cold that wasn't quite weather, but more like a presence, as though something old and angry had exhaled across the nape of my neck. It started when I passed beneath the twisted limbs of an ancient sycamore, half dead and hollowed by time. The sort of tree that seemed to lean just a little too far over the path, as if listening or hiding something behind its gnarled bark. The last light of the day slipped through the thinning canopy in long copper strands, fractured and faint, casting slatted shadows that flickered with every breath of wind. They danced across the forest floor in patterns that almost looked intentional. Too rhythmic, too precise, like symbols drawn by an unseen hand, erased before I could quite focus. I told myself it was just the wind, or the play of leaves high above. But the further I walked, the more it felt like the forest wasn't just surrounding me, it was shifting. Meteison State Park was supposed to be picturesque this time of year. That's what the brochures said. Reds and oranges and golds that painted the landscape like an oil painting in motion. The kind of natural beauty that drew families with backpacks full of granola and DSLR cameras. People seeking serenity and silence. But there was no peace here. Not today. Not since I'd stepped off the marked trail and followed the whisper of something I couldn't name. Something just at the edge of hearing. I'd told myself I came to chase a story. The truth behind the rumors that flared up every few years in Gravesend like embers on dry leaves. But even that had begun to feel like a lie. This wasn't a trail you followed for answers. It was one that led only deeper. The air had thickened without my noticing, the scent of moss and damp stone giving way to something more pungent. Something like rusted iron left too long in the rain. The temperature dropped with each step, as though I were descending rather than walking level ground, and the sound of birdsong had vanished completely, replaced by a high, thin silence that pressed against my eardrums. It was the kind of quiet that wasn't absence but suppression, something holding its breath. My boots sank deeper into the loam, the earth slick beneath fallen leaves. Too dark, too soft. I glanced behind me, just once, and saw nothing but the narrow path swallowed in lengthening shadow. Still, that sensation, sharp, steady, remained something behind me, not moving, not breathing, but present. I turned slowly. There was nothing there, only trees, close set and leaning in, trunks mottled with old lichen and new rot, their bark gnarled like arthritic knuckles. But in the spaces between them, where the light no longer reached, the darkness was too dense, too still, like looking into the mouth of a cave that breathed no air. I should have gone back then. I should turned around, shaken it off, laughed at myself for letting the atmosphere get to me. But I didn't, because that cold, patient gaze didn't vanish when I turned. It only shifted, withdrawing just far enough to remain hidden. And I couldn't stand not knowing, so I stepped off the path. The forest changed immediately. There was no sound of my footfall against the mossy earth, though I knew I was walking. Branches didn't crack or sway when I brushed past them. They simply parted, as if already expecting me. The light dimmed in a way that made no sense. There were no clouds, and the sun had not yet set, but the golden glow of early evening was snuffed out, replaced by a bluish pall that coated everything in tones of dust and death. I pulled my coat tighter, fingers stiff with cold, and pressed on. The trees here were older, not just aged, not merely mature, ancient, towering sentinels with roots that curled like grasping hands and bark as dark as char. Some of them leaned so far across the forest floor that their tops must have met, forming tight arches overhead that blocked even the meager light that filtered through the mist. Yes, there was mist now. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of that, but it coiled between the trees in wisps that moved against the wind, fingers of vapor crawling across the ground, sometimes rising up in little bursts like breath escaping from unseen mouths. It thickened as I went, until even the outline of trees ahead became vague, ghostly shapes. I moved carefully now, uncertain of where the forest floor might shift or vanish beneath me, and all the while the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Not chased, not hunted, observed, like something was studying me. There is a difference between fear and unease, between dread and paranoia. What I felt in that moment, moving deeper into the silent, breathless woods, was something colder, something older, a memory written into the marrow of my bones, inherited from ancestors who learned the hard way what not to follow, where not to tread. And yet, I kept going. I told myself it was because I was a journalist, because I needed a story, because I was chasing truth. But that wasn't it. The truth is, I couldn't stop. Something wanted me to come closer. And I did. The footprints were too precise. I found them where the ground dipped near a ring of pale stones, half buried beneath leaf rot and crawling ivy. Prints too deep for how soft the soil was, as if whatever left them had waited, pressing down deliberately, embedding their presence into the earth like a signature. They were vaguely canine in shape. Long, narrow pads, claws arcing out like hooked thorns, but far too large, easily the size of my forearm, and spaced in an unnatural line that betrayed no stagger at all. Wolves didn't walk like this, and whatever this was, it wasn't a wolf. I knelt beside them, breath fogging in the sudden chill, and touched one with my gloved hand. The dirt around it was cold, far colder than the air, as if the print radiated its own absence of warmth. A faint, sour scent clung to the edge of the impression, burnt hair and rain-soaked ash. I drew my hand back quickly, not in fear, but instinct. Something about that chill pressed too deeply into my fingers, and I couldn't shake the image of it creeping past skin into bone. Mist curled low across the ground, whispering between the roots like smoke from an unseen fire. It parted where the footprints passed, and seemed to gather again behind them, slowly veiling the path they had taken, as though the forest itself didn't want the trail to remain visible for long. But I had already seen. I had already felt the direction it pulled me, toward the wall of mist. It hung between the trees like a curtain, thicker than the rest of the forest fog, unnaturally opaque, an opalescent veil that shimmered faintly with movement. Though there was no breeze, I could not see through it, not even shapes or light, only the vague suggestion of depth and the impossible sensation that something on the other side was waiting. A sound reached me then. At first, it was just a tone, high and sustained, almost mechanical, like the harmonic tremble of a crystal goblet before it shatters. Then came the cadence, a voice, or voices, chanting, faint and rhythmic. The syllables formed no language I recognized. They didn't rise and fall like words meant for speaking, but pulsed like waves meant to invade the mind. It pressed into my ears, even though the sound was distant, too soft to register as more than vibration. Still, I could feel it in my teeth. I should have turned back. But by now the light was nearly gone. The path behind me swallowed in gray, and more than that, something about the mist pulled at me. Not curiosity, not even fear, but a gravity, a pressure behind the ribs, deep in the chest, like the thudding heart of a long-buried drum, calling from beneath the roots of the world. I stepped forward. The air changed as I passed through the veil, not gradually, but all at once, like walking into a different room, a different season. The temperature dropped instantly, and with it came a sharpness, a metallic bite that clung to the back of my throat. My ears popped from the pressure shift. The chanting grew louder. This side of the mist was different. The trees here were taller, thicker, clustered too tightly together for the light to find its way. Their bark was darker, rougher, as if charred in some ancient fire. And between their roots, strange stone figures protruded, broken idols with hollow eyes, moss-covered, some wrapped in what looked like old, brittle twine. They leaned at angles that defied gravity, their forms vaguely human but wrong in proportion, too elongated in limb or neck, like something sculpted from memory by a mind that had never quite seen a man. A low wind stirred the leaves, but they didn't rustle. Instead, they whispered, not in English, not even in the language of the chanting, just sound dry and insistent, like voices speaking through layers of cloth. Too many to isolate. I paused, straining to pick out even a single phrase, but each time I focused, it slipped away, replaced by 100 others, just out of reach. And then I saw the shadow. It stood between two trees, tall and still, a darker black within the black. At first I mistook it for the absence of light. But no, it moved, subtle, slow, like smoke poured through ice. Its edges flickered, undefined, constantly shifting. The shape was lupine. Yes, a long snout, tall ears, haunches set low like a predator preparing to spring. But it wasn't made of flesh, it was made of void, the Shadowfang. I didn't run. Couldn't. The forest wouldn't let me. My legs locked, feet rooted into the soil, as though the earth itself had clenched around them. The creature didn't approach, didn't move, only watched. Its eyes weren't eyes at all, but twin hollows burning with a dim, colorless light that seemed to erase more than illuminate. And then it vanished, not with motion, not with warning. One moment, it was there. The next, gone, like it had never existed at all. But I knew it had. The mist shifted behind me. The chanting paused. The wind died, and in the silence, the forest seemed to lean in closer, listening, waiting. The chanting returned with a breath, as if it had only paused to watch. It rose slowly at first, curling through the trees like a fog of sound, delicate and trembling. But with each step, I took deeper into that half-world. It thickened, layering upon itself in subtle, discordant harmonies that made my skin crawl and my stomach twist with unease. It didn't come from one direction, but from everywhere, above, below, behind the bark of trees, and within the stones at my feet. It was inside the forest, part of it, alive in it, and I was trespassing. My breath came shallow. The air had grown so dense, it tasted like water, not meant for drinking, heavy with the scent of rot, and something older, something loader, something like myrrh and copper, but corrupted. Every exhale clouded in front of me and dispersed too quickly, as though the woods didn't want even that small trace of me left behind. The path, if it could be called that, wound through gnarled roots and low-hanging branches that seemed to reach for me more than once. I felt the brush of fingers along my sleeve, too fine, too dexterous to be branches. My flashlight, previously strong and cold, now flickered sporadically, stuttering against the shadows. Each flicker made the trees appear to move, leaning closer, reshaping themselves when the beam sputtered and returned. I told myself I was imagining it, that the forest hadn't changed, that it was just the cold, or the fog, or my own nerves. But each time I blinked, the trees were closer together, taller, hungrier. Somewhere in the dark, water trickled. A thin stream wound through the forest, barely audible above the chanting, its flow slow and deliberate, like something bleeding through the earth. I knelt beside it, and the surface shivered at my presence. My reflection was wrong. It was me, my face, my coat, my eyes, but there was someone behind me in the water. No shape, only the sense of a silhouette, a darker shadow within the reflection, standing too close, too still. When I turned, there was nothing, just the trees. But in the stream, the shadow remained. My heart beat, thundered in my ears, not from fear, but from the unmistakable sensation that I was being led. The footprints had vanished, long erased by mist and time, but their direction was carved into my memory, etched like a brand behind my eyes. My feet knew where to go, even if I no longer willed them, drawn forward by some unseen thread that tugged with gentle inevitability. As I moved deeper, the idols grew more frequent, not just carved stone now, but twisted wood, antlers draped with bits of cloth and bone, offerings left on stumps that bled sap the color of blood, runes scrawled across bark, faintly glowing with phosphorescent moss, curled like script in a language that didn't belong to this time or place. One of them was fresh. I stopped. It was carved into a wide birch, the pale bark peeling around it like wounded skin. The cuts were deep, still weeping, and the symbol etched there pulsed with a heartbeat, not my own. I reached out, against every rational thought, and the moment my fingers touched the bark, sound collapsed. The chanting stopped. The wind died. The forest held its breath, and I heard it, not through my ears, through the trees, through the roots beneath me, the cold leaching through my boots, a voice singular now, deeper, older. It did not speak in words, but in knowing a pressure against my skull, a taste at the back of my tongue, a heaviness in my bones. The forest remembers. I fell back, breath caught in my throat, lungs aching. The moment passed. The sound returned. But now it was different. It was no longer chanting. It was humming, low and melodic, almost gentle, like a lullaby hummed from far away. But beneath it, something writhed. The melody moved in circles, never repeating, each note slightly off in pitch, like something trying to mimic music and failing. I knew then that this place was not just watching me. It was learning me, every thought, every sound, every heartbeat, mirrored and reflected back in warped echoes through the trees. My fear didn't weaken it, it fed it. And still, I walked on, because there was no going back now. Not truly. Behind me, the mist had closed, like a door. The trees had shifted. Even the stream no longer whispered. There was only forward, somewhere ahead. The forest grew louder. It started with the trees humming back. Their trunks trembled imperceptibly. A low vibration that began in the soles of my feet and worked its way into my spine, like the bones of the forest were resonating in answer to some forgotten frequency. It wasn't a sound at first, more like a sensation, a kind of sympathetic trembling in my ribs, my teeth, the cartilage in my nose, and then it grew, a tonal droning, ancient and toneless, emerged from deep within the earth, beneath me, winding up, the trunks in creaking whirls, the pitch shifting with the windless rhythm of the leaves. At times it harmonized with the echo of the earlier chanting, not replacing it, but weaving through it, like a shadow follows motion. The forest was responding, not merely aware of my presence, but actively calling back, joining the song with its own buried voice. I had not spoken aloud since I passed through the mist, and yet it was as though the woods had learned my breathing, my heartbeat, the subtle cadence of my thoughts. It was no longer mimicking me. It was interpreting me. And still, I moved forward, not by choice anymore. My body moved as though in ritual, as though I'd been drawn into a dance that had already begun long before I arrived. I didn't remember choosing the direction. I simply followed. A tree split down the middle, loomed ahead. Its sundered halves arched outward like ribs, forming a crude gateway draped with brittle strands of gray lichen. As I stepped through, the air shifted again, dropping to a bitter, metallic cold that stung the inside of my nostrils and tasted like blood on a coin. A narrow ravine opened beyond, flanked by jagged stones that jutted from the earth, like the broken teeth of something vast and long dead. The ravine was shallow, but steep, descending into a hollow where the mist pooled thick and soupy. The humming grew stronger here, layered now with whispers, soft, insistent, curling around syllables that almost sounded like my name, drawn out and distorted like a recording slowed too far. Christine, no, not quite, but close enough to freeze my breath in my chest. Then I saw it again, just at the edge of the fog where vision failed and shape faltered. Movement. A figure. The shadow fang. It did not walk. It glided, barely disturbing the mist it passed through. Its form a distortion in the air, darker than shadow and less real than nightmare. Its head tilted, not like an animal's, but like something pretending to be one. Curious, perhaps, or amused, it disappeared behind a tall standing stone, carved with symbols I couldn't decipher, though I recognized the central motif. An open mouth with roots for teeth. I descended into the hollow. The ground was slick with moss and something wetter. My boots left prints behind, but they were erased within seconds as the mist coiled up behind me, covering my path. The circle of standing stones grew closer, 7 of them in total, forming a ring around a massive slab of black rock in the center. It pulsed, not visibly, but felt as though something beneath it moved, shifted, breathed. A warmth radiated from the stone, strange against the chill in the air. I approached, drawn without understanding, each step harder than the last, as though the air itself had thickened around me, resisting my movement. My flashlight dimmed again, then died, but I could still see. A dull glow came from beneath the central slab, red, low, and liquid, like the light from molten stone or some deep volcanic heart, long buried beneath the woods. It pulsed in time with the forest's humming, syncing with it, amplifying the strange resonance now thrumming through my body. Something was beneath the stone, something vast, something alive. I crouched beside the nearest standing stone and reached out to touch it. The surface burned cold, impossibly cold, instantly numbing the tips of my fingers. My skin stuck, just for a moment, before peeling away with a wet sound that felt too loud in the humming quiet. My breath came in gasps now, visible only for a second, before being sucked down by the earth. A shape moved behind the farthest stone. It circled, slowly. Watching, I stood up, trembling. The whisper returned, clearer this time, still unintelligible, but carried on the wind like a warning or a promise. The chant beneath it rose again, building toward something not yet formed, not yet born. The mist thickened, becoming almost tangible, coiling at my feet, rising up around my knees like hands. And then I heard the forest breathe, one long, slow inhalation, not through leaves or branches or wind, but through something deep-rooted, ancient. The stone in the center pulsed again, and from the shadows behind me, a second set of footsteps began to follow mine. They didn't rush. They didn't hesitate. They just matched me. Exactly. The footsteps behind me never quickened, never paused. They mirrored mine with such impossible precision that each of my own steps felt like an echo of theirs, not the other way around. When I stopped, they stopped. Not a heartbeat, sooner or later. A perfect synchronization that told me this was not someone following me. It was something joined to me, shadow-bound and tethered. I didn't dare turn around, not out of fear, though there was plenty of that, but because I knew, with the same strange certainty that had carried me this far, that to see what followed was to invite it closer, to name it, to give it shape, and whatever it was, it longed to be seen. The stones around the black slab groaned. It was soundless and seismic, a vibration through the marrow of the world, like tectonic plates shifting beneath the skin of the earth. The central stone no longer just pulsed. It throbbed, rhythmic and deep, its glow thickening, darkening from red to a bruised purple, like blood pooling beneath the skin. The chanting rose in response, no longer distant or ethereal, but near, around me, above me, within me. I immersion circled this recorder in my pocket, out of habit, its metal now warm against my palm, almost hot. But when I lifted it, the screen was black, the device utterly dead. A chill crept into my chest at the realization technology didn't work here, logic didn't work here, and maybe, just maybe, time didn't either. Something brushed the back of my neck, not a breeze, not air, a touch, cold, gentle, deliberate. I turned before I could stop myself and saw only trees, but they weren't as I remembered them. They had shifted again, subtly but undeniably. The bark was smoother, slick and dark like wet skin, and the branches curled low overhead like fingers bent in prayer. The forest was closing, drawing inward, preparing, and there, between two trunks, the shadow fang stood once more. It didn't move, it didn't need to. Its mere presence warped the space around it. Like a ripple through oil, the shadows near it grew longer, deeper, swallowing light in unnatural gradients. Where its paws met the soil, the ground steamed, not with heat, but with absence. It opened its mouth, no growl, no snarl, just silence. Utter, void-born silence that hit me Like a scream made of nothing. My ears popped. My vision blurred at the edges. I felt pulled toward it. Not by force, but by resonance. Like my blood knew that shape, remembered it from some genetic trauma, long buried in ancestral marrow, and then it was gone again. The forest exhaled. With it, a fresh wave of the mist spilled into the clearing, dragging a new sound behind it. Singing, a child's voice, thin, delicate, humming a lullaby. I didn't recognize. The notes wavered, unfinished, like the singer had forgotten the words and replaced them with hums. But the cadence was ancient, something nursery rhyme adjacent, something ritualistic. I followed it, though every step felt like a betrayal of sense. Down the slope, past the last of the standing stones, into a narrowing corridor of mossy walls and twisted root bridges that arched overhead like rib cages of forgotten giants. The singing grew louder, clearer. A clearing opened like a wound, and there, in the center, stood a figure, a girl, no more than 8, barefoot, her dress stained with soil and dark patches I dared not name. Her back was to me, her head tilted slightly as she swayed to her own song. Her hair hung in tangled clumps, and around her feet, small totems lay in a perfect circle. Woven straw, bones, bird feathers, bits of colored glass. Each one vibrated slightly in sync with the central slabs pulsing far behind me. "Hello?" I said. My voice sounded wrong here. Brittle, like it had been spoken into a hollow log and filtered back to me in reverse. The girl didn't answer. She turned instead, and where her eyes should have been, there was only shadow, not sockets, not wounds, just absence. Deep, smooth, featureless hollows that drank in the dim light like twin wells, and when she opened her mouth to speak, what came out wasn't words. It was the forest's song, the same humming, the same cadence, but now unmistakably directed at me. I took a step back. The totems at her feet quivered and began to spin, not fast, not threatening, but with slow, inevitable rhythm, as if wound by invisible fingers, as if keeping time. Time for what? The forest whispered again, but louder now. I spun around, suddenly aware of how far I'd wandered, how deep I'd gone into this impossible place, and found the path behind me sealed in roots, a living wall pulsing faintly with light beneath its bark. The forest was closing the door. The girl raised one hand. The humming stopped. A single word echoed, not from her mouth, but from the ground itself. Awaken. The air turned electric. Every tree, every stone, every carved idol vibrated at once, harmonizing with the slab behind me. The earth shifted, not violently, but with unsettling intent, like something was rising. And I realized then that I was not standing in a hollow. I was standing in a mouth. I didn't scream, not because I wasn't afraid. God knows I was. But because the air in the clearing had thickened to a gelatinous hush that made sound irrelevant. Even thought felt sluggish here, like it had to push through syrup just to form. And yet, every beat of my heart sounded like a war drum in my chest. I stood at the base of the clearing, inside the ring of totems still spinning lazily around the shadow-eyed girl. I couldn't step back. The living roots had sealed off the path behind me, fused together into something like bone, not wood, twisted and gray-veined and warm with breath. It was breathing. Everything was. The trees, the earth, even the sky above. Now a churning smear of slate and red, where clouds moved too fast in some unnatural tide. All of it pulsed with life not meant for human rhythm. I pressed my palm to my chest, trying to feel if my own heartbeat had started to sync with it. It had. The girl hadn't moved since she uttered that word, awaken. But now, her hand dropped slowly, and as it did, the ground beneath her feet cracked open with a sound like a sigh. No light spilled from it, only shadow and movement. Something began to rise. I couldn't see it yet, not directly, but I felt it, the displacement, the vibration, the change in air pressure that made my ears pop and my joints ache. The girl smiled. It was the first human expression I'd seen on her face, and it was wrong, not cruel, not joyful, just wrong, like her face wasn't made for smiling and was still trying to learn. I staggered backward into the circle's edge, and one of the totems struck my ankle. It fell, snapping cleanly in half with a soft, wet sound, like breaking a stalk of celery soaked in oil. The effect was immediate. The girl's head snapped toward me so fast it made a sound, a dry cracking like branches under strain. The totems stopped spinning. The humming halted. The light from the distant slab flickered, then dimmed to a pulse, so faint it was barely visible. For the first time, silence returned to the forest. True silence. And then a voice, not a whisper, not a hum, rose from the cracked earth. Not speech, not even language, but a sound that was meaning. It struck behind my eyes like a spike of ice, drilling directly into the meat of understanding, bypassing words altogether. You are not welcome. I dropped to my knees. My vision doubled. I couldn't tell if I was looking at the girl, the stones, or something else entirely. Shapes bled together. My own hands looked wrong. Too long, too thin. My breath came in broken gasps, and with each exhale, I could see a piece of myself leaving me. Fragments of thought, bits of memory, small flickers of identity dissolving into the thick air. I saw my childhood bedroom, my first byline, the face of my mother, laughing through tears, all of it, pulled from me like loose threads, and in its place, images I didn't recognize poured in, a circle of robed figures beneath bleeding trees, a man's face stitched shut with thorned vines, a beast with no mouth and too many eyes digging into a woman's chest with fingers like roots. Each vision came with a taste, bitter, coppery, sweet, rotten. The girl raised both arms now, palms outward, and the cracked earth split further, revealing the edge of something, a limb or a claw, or perhaps the idea of a limb, its form constantly shifting as if light refused to settle on it. It didn't move like a creature. It moved like a shadow being born. The chanting returned, but now it came from behind me. I turned, or thought I did. The forest was no longer empty. Figures stood just beyond the circle of bone-root trees, dozens, maybe hundreds, barely visible through the fog, their outlines thin and wrong, their heads bent in supplication. I couldn't see faces, only eyes, not glowing, not reflecting light, just open and watching. The shadow fang appeared among them, indistinct but towering. It didn't lead them. It didn't follow. It merely stood, a sentinel or a gatekeeper, or maybe just another prisoner waiting for the key to turn. The girl's voice rang out once more, clearer now, ringing like glass. He returns on the breath of the dying, in the marrow of trees, in the song we have forgotten. And then she looked at me, really looked, and in her gaze, I saw not pity or hatred or curiosity, but recognition, like she'd been waiting, like they all had. My hands moved without my consent, mimicking hers. My knees lifted from the ground. My voice, traitorous and dry, tried to join the chant. Something deep within me screamed in protest, but it was muffled, trapped. The cracked earth widened further, and I felt it then. A pulse, not of sound but of intention. The awakening had begun, and I was part of it. The world split, not with thunder or flash, but with a softness that was somehow worse, like silk tearing under a blade. I felt it first in the pit of my stomach, a folding inward of sensation that had nothing to do with gravity or space, and everything to do with unbeing. The girl stood at the center of it all, arms still raised, her empty eyes locked to mine. The mist churned at her feet as the chasm beneath her widened, revealing more of the thing that slumbered below. Not a beast, not a god, not anything that had ever been named by human tongue, though our ancestors had tried. Roots slithered up from the fissure, thick, glistening tendrils that moved with the hesitation of awareness, not instinct. Some ended in eyes, others split into grasping fingers. All of them pulsed with the rhythm of the chant that now echoed from every direction, woven into the very bones of the woods. The crowd of watchers in the mist swayed gently, their forms still indistinct, their mouths closed. The chant did not come from them. It came through them. The forest had become a conduit, a living throat, and I was becoming its tongue. My voice moved on its own. Foreign syllables clawed their way out of my mouth, syllables I'd never heard before, but somehow knew. My lungs burned, my throat stretched thin, and still the words poured from me like a flood loosed from behind ancient dam walls. I tried to resist. I fought with every piece of myself I could still hold on to, reaching inward like someone clawing at a cliff edge, searching for solid ground, a memory, A name. A feeling. Christine. I said it aloud. It didn't belong here. The chant stumbled, for the briefest instant. The girl faltered. Her mouth hung open. The inky shadows of her eyes flickering. The roots shivered. The air wavered. Somewhere in the distance, a tree cracked in protest. I dropped to my knees, clutching the dirt that felt too warm, too soft, like skin over something breathing. The moment passed like a blink, but I'd felt it. The forest noticed, and it was angry. The humming returned with doubled intensity, louder, more discordant. As if the trees themselves howled in protest, the watchers raised their heads in unison. Their faces, now barely visible through the thickening fog, were wrong. Not deformed, but unfinished, as if someone had sculpted them in haste and abandoned them before the last strokes. And they began to move, slowly, deliberately, toward me. I scrambled backward, my hands scraping through clumps of dirt and bone. The totems that had once marked the clearing spun again, erratically now, some collapsing in on themselves with bursts of lightless sparks. One struck the earth beside me and shattered, revealing something inside a tooth, far too long to be human. The girl dropped her arms. The chasm beneath her closed. The roots withdrew into the earth, like worms diving from sunlight. The forest exhaled, a long, low groan that seemed to push the mist outward in a ring, and for a breath, just one, there was stillness, no longer distant, no longer part of the peripheral nightmare. It emerged with elegance, each step silent, its massive paws sinking slightly into the earth, as though it weighed more than the world could hold. Its body was not opaque, nothing so solid, but made of trembling dark, like the space between stars, its shape always shifting. Eyes, unblinking and moonless, dotted its flank, and its mouth hung slightly open, revealing teeth made not of bone but void. It looked at me, not with a voice, not with words, with presence. It asked a question I couldn't comprehend, and still I answered. My head nodded, my lips moved. Some part of me, too deep to reach, replied. The forest shuddered with anticipation, and the watchers stopped. Each one raised a hand. The same hand, left, fingers spread wide. A signal, a gesture, an invitation. The shadow fang opened its mouth wider. Mubentun's mouth wider. Inside was not a throat, but a doorway, a tunnel of stars and root veins and whispering winds. It moved toward me, not to consume, but to merge. My body reacted. My mind screamed, but some hidden shard of my soul leaned forward. I reached out, and the forest, all around, began to sing. The moment I touched it, whatever it was, that mouth door, that ripple in the shape of a beast, the forest changed, not dramatically, not violently, but fundamentally. The shift was quiet, like the way a dream turns sour without waking you. The shadow fang did not flinch. It did not recoil or close its jaws. It accepted the touch, like it had always been waiting for it. My fingers sank into its shape, like smoke through smoke, meeting no resistance, yet changing everything. A sound began deep within the woods, low, sonorous, echoing from nowhere and everywhere. A song, yes, but not the kind made by voice or instrument. This was the earth song, the sound of sap turning in old trees, of stones remembering blood, of moss whispering old names to the wind. I heard my name among them, not just Christine, but the names before, names I didn't recognize. But that made my bones ache with familiarity. Names of ancestors, of echoes, of lives lived long ago beneath different skies, under different forests. The watchers knelt as one, their unfinished faces lowered, heads bowed toward the Shadowfang, toward me. The mist swirled faster now, rising like a tide around my knees, my waist, my chest. I should have felt cold. I didn't. The mist was warm now, alive, breathing. The girl had disappeared, where she had stood. There was only the fractured ground and a circle of totems lying still. Their spinning had ceased the moment I touched the beast, as if the mechanism had completed its last cycle, a ritual fulfilled. A hinge turned. I tried to pull away, but my hand remained inside the creature. And the creature inside me. Visions came, not like before, not invasive or forced, but shared, offered. I saw the world as it had been through the eyes of the Shadowfang. Forests, untouched by steel nights, lit only by stars, the heartbeat of the land undisturbed. Then I saw the first intrusion, the first axe, the first scream, the first stone engraved with a name that didn't belong. I saw fire, chains, soil turned to ash, and I saw them, the ancient ones, not gods, not monsters, but keepers, sleeping beneath roots, beneath rivers, beneath language, forgotten not by time, but by force, buried, by fear, by progress. The forest did not hate. It remembered, and remembering, it prepared. I gasped, wrenching myself free. My hand came back whole, unburned, but no longer entirely mine. A shadow clung to it, like oil in water. It moved when I didn't, slithering across my skin with a will of its own. The Shadowfang blinked slowly, once, and turned its head to the trees. The watchers stood again. The mist thinned. The forest widened, just enough for me to see what lay ahead. A path, not one made by boot or blade, but an old trail worn smooth by centuries of footsteps that never left a mark. The trees bowed over it. The air shimmered above it. The Shadowfang walked, and I followed. Each step carried weight, not mine, but memories. The path pulled at me with a gravity deeper than fear. I should have run, I should have screamed, but the silence of the woods swallowed all doubt. The deeper we walked, the older the forest felt. The trees here were massive, ancient titans with bark like cracked armor and roots as wide as burial mounds. Faint sigils marked their trunks, some carved, others grown into the grain, as if nature had learned to speak. We came to a stone archway, half swallowed by ivy and moss. It leaned precariously, its lintel engraved with symbols that crawled across its surface like insects. Beyond it, the world darkened, a ruin, not man-made, not really, but shaped, sculpted, as though the forest itself had grown a cathedral in honor of what it had buried. Stone altars draped in vines, pillars wound with roots, walls that pulsed like flesh when touched by moonlight. The Shadowfang stepped into the ruin and sat before a central dais. I approached slowly. Upon the dais lay an object, a mask, rough-hewn, wooden, its surface etched with grooves that shimmered with breath. It looked like nothing and everything. No eyes, no mouth, just shape. I did not want to touch it. I had to. My hand moved without my command. My fingers brushed the mask. The ruin screamed, not sound, not vibration, but meaning. It hit like a tidal wave through every sense, tearing away the false walls of identity, of time, of place. I saw myself, not as Christine the journalist, but as every version that had ever walked this wood, lives layered like bark, and then darkness, total, encompassing, eternal. But within it, a voice, one more step, and then light, searing and sharp, not from above, but within, and I opened my eyes. I opened my eyes to silence, but not the silence of emptiness. It was a silence steeped in presence, a hush so complete it rang in my ears like a held breath, like the woods themselves were waiting. I was no longer in the ruin, or perhaps the ruin had changed. The architecture around me was impossible. Cyclopean trunks bent into arches, roots braided into vaulted ceilings. The very air shimmered, heavy with scent, damp moss, blood-warm loam, and something sweet and rotting beneath it all, like overripe fruit left too long in the sun. The mask lay in my lap. I did not remember picking it up. Its surface pulsed faintly beneath my fingertips, each beat perfectly in sync with my own heartbeat, and the shadow on my hand, that oily echo from the Shadowfang's flesh, had spread to my wrist now, winding up my arm like a sentient tattoo. I stood. The ground moved with me, subtly adjusting. Leaves unfurled beneath my feet. Branches dipped in recognition. Something had changed in me. I could feel it. A shift beneath the skin, behind the eyes, like a lens had slid into place. The forest no longer felt like something I was inside. It felt like something I was part of, a vein in its vast circulatory system. The trees whispered now, not words, but warnings. They were afraid, not of me, not even of the thing beneath the earth. They were afraid of what had been woken. I walked, drawn deeper into the forest, Without knowing where I was going, the mask remained in my hands, warm and humming, like a heart cupped in my palms. Around me, the world darkened, not with night, but with closeness, as if the trees were leaning in, listening. Faint chanting floated on the air once more, but this time it wasn't distant. It was beneath me. I knelt and pressed my ear to the forest floor, but at voices, dozens, hundreds, ancient, layered, speaking in the same forgotten tongue. The cadence was familiar now, as though I'd always known it, spoken it in dreams, hummed it as a child without understanding. The mask pulsed. A low rumble passed through the earth, and a crack split open at my feet. Slow and soundless, from within rose a stairway of stone and root, spiraling downward into the belly of the forest. I descended. Each step took something from me. Names, memories, fears. I left them like offerings on each stair, shedding self as I went. By the time I reached the bottom, I wasn't sure who I had been, only that I was needed. The chamber was vast, spherical, lined with glistening walls that breathed. Vines crept along the surface, like veins. At the center stood a monolith, a column of gnarled wood and stone, pulsing with slow red light, and bound to it was a figure, not the girl, not a person, something older. It had a vaguely human shape, but stretched unnaturally tall, its limbs ending in clusters of thorns. A crown of bone and fungus encircled its featureless head. Its chest rose and fell with a wheezing rhythm, each breath rattling like dead leaves in a storm. It turned its head toward me, and though it had no eyes, I felt its gaze. "The mask," it said. Its voice was the sound of wood splitting under frost. "You wear it, or we die." I stepped forward, my hands trembling. The mask throbbed with light, now veins of golden fire running through its grain. "You are the last of the line, the final gate." "I didn't ask for this," I said. "Neither did the trees," it replied. The chanting grew louder. The chamber began to tremble. Roots tore free from the walls, writhing in panic or anticipation. Above us, far above, I heard the shadow fang howl, not in rage or hunger, but warning. The ground cracked. The monolith split down the center, and something beyond shape began to push through. The mask, the bound thing repeated. Now, I looked at it, then at the chasm splitting open beneath us. Then I lifted the mask to my face, and as it met my skin, the world erupted in darkness and light, in memory and prophecy, and I remembered everything. The mask sealed itself to my face, like second skin. There was no pressure, no weight, just a moment of quiet, infinite and consuming, as though I had fallen between seconds and landed in the breath between heartbeats. Then the forest screamed, but it wasn't pain, it was release. Every root, every stone, every grain of ancient soil sang with it, a single, shattering note that pulsed through the trees, across the hills, and down into the marrow of the world. I felt it inside me. The song of the forest, not as sound, but as being. The mask didn't blind me. It revealed. The walls of the chamber disappeared, peeled back like eyelids to reveal the truth behind the skin of the world. I saw the network of roots binding life together, the veins of power slumbering beneath rivers and towns and graves. I saw what had once ruled here, what had been buried here, and what it would take to keep it asleep. And I saw the Shadow Fang, standing at the threshold above, watching. It was no longer a creature. It was a gatekeeper, a sentinel, the forest's final defense against what lay below. The monolith cracked fully, splitting into two jagged spires that leaned outward like broken teeth. Between them, the thing trying to rise had no shape, no limit, just a writhing suggestion of hunger and memory and grief. It didn't speak. It wanted. It had waited so long, and now, with the bloodline complete, with the chant fulfilled, with the mask worn, it believed it had won. But the mask did not make me a vessel. It made me a voice, and I spoke, not in English, not in any language I could name, but in the tongue of the forest, the tongue of the watchers, the trees, the stone altars, and moss-covered bones, the language of the chant, completed and turned back on itself like a blade. The entity shrieked, not in sound. In weather, wind howled from the pit. The roots screamed as they were pulled taut. The air burned cold. The chamber trembled, walls collapsing inward, as if the forest itself was rejecting the intrusion. I raised my hand. The shadow from the creature inside me surged outward, curling through the ruin like smoke. But now it obeyed me. I willed it forward, wrapping the unshaped hunger, binding it in loops of word and memory and name. Names matter. The thing had no name, so I gave it one. I whispered it through the mask, and the chamber convulsed. Light poured from every crevice, amber and green, the colors of sap and leaf and blood, and the watchers above howled in unison. Their unfinished faces turned to the sky as if praying, and the Shadow Fang reared back, its howl piercing the veil of worlds. The rupture closed, the hunger recoiled, and the forest sealed. A final beat pulsed through the earth, like a heart slowing after a great exertion. The roots retracted, the mist thinned, the watchers dissolved like breath on glass, and I fell, not downward, inward. The mask slipped from my face, landing beside me with a dull, hollow sound. The chamber was quiet now, cold again, and damp, ordinary, except it never would be again. I rose. The Shadow Fang was gone, but I could feel it, watching from the tree line, distant but constant, like the gravity of a moon. I emerged from the forest at dawn. Matheson was still. No bird song, no wind, just the long, patient silence of a place remembering. I don't know how long I wandered before I found the road. Days, maybe, or maybe just an hour. Time no longer fit the way it used to. It stretched differently inside me. The townsfolk didn't believe what I told them. Of course they didn't. The article never ran. My editor called it an elaborate hallucination brought on by stress. The photos I took were gone. The notes, scattered, illegible. But I remember, the mask is buried somewhere deep, under roots that will never part again. The path to the chamber is gone, erased like a footprint in ash. Still, sometimes, in dreams, I hear the forest song, faint, distant, calling, and I know one day I will have to answer. Story 2. The air smelled of smoke, but there was no fire to be found. Just that acrid, impossible scent, curling around the trees, like the trailing hem of something that had passed through moments before, unseen, but not unnoticed. It clung to the inside of my nose, sharp and metallic, mingling with the damp rot of fallen leaves and the cold breath of the forest itself, as if the woods were exhaling something it had swallowed long ago. I stood still, the frost beneath my boots crackling like brittle bones, and for a moment I forgot to breathe, unsure whether the stinging in my throat was from the cold or from fear. Ahead, the trees thinned just enough to reveal the sliver of rusted rail. Two parallel lines vanishing into the fog like veins severed from the heart of something ancient and buried. The birches around me leaned inward, skeletal arms draped in ghost-white bark that peeled in thin, curling strips, fluttering in the windless air like paper prayers left to decay. The light was dim even though it was still early afternoon. The sky above had become a bleached dome of ashen cloud, filtering the sun into a lifeless pall, and the mist hanging between the trunks made it feel as though the forest itself had forgotten the time of day. I stepped forward, slowly, boots pressing down through the bracken and brittle needles, each movement sounding louder than it should have, as though the forest were listening, holding its breath, waiting. Somewhere to my left, a branch cracked, not loudly, but with a kind of deliberateness that turned the blood in my limbs to slush. I turned my head sharply, eyes raking the undergrowth. But there was nothing there, just trees, just mist, just the echo of that sound receding into stillness. Fogwood, that was what the locals called it. I had scoffed at the name when I first read it on the park map. Too on the nose, too much like the setup to a bad movie. But standing there, alone in that unreal quiet, the name seemed less like a nickname and more like a warning. I adjusted the strap on my pack, more out of habit than necessity, trying to shake off the prickling unease gathering at the base of my skull. My breath hung in the air in thin ribbons, curling upward and vanishing almost immediately. The crossing lay just ahead, marked by a bent signal pole crusted with rust. The casing of the old light shattered and hanging open like a wound. Vines had grown over the base of the structure, thick with moss and frost, climbing halfway up the pole like nature's slow attempt to erase the memory of something. There was no road, no path, just the rails, swallowed intermittently by the ground and overgrowth, leading away into the white shroud of the woods. I hesitated again. The scent of smoke was stronger here, less like a distant wisp and more like the aftermath of something smoldering just out of sight. My eyes watered from the sharpness of it, and for a moment I thought I saw movement, just beyond the signal post. A figure, maybe, but when I blinked, it was gone. I told myself it was just the fog playing tricks, the light shifting between trees and shadows. But I didn't move, not yet. I stood there, listening. There were no birds, not even the whisper of wings, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush, only the low, almost imperceptible hum of the wind weaving through the skeletal branches above. A dry rasp like dead leaves brushing together, like breath against bone. I thought about Ryan, my brother, missing 3 weeks now. The rangers had stopped searching days ago. Said he'd probably gotten lost off trail, fell into a ravine or froze or worse. It happens, they said. These woods are deep. Things get swallowed. I didn't believe them. He was reckless. Yeah. Always pushing things, but he wasn't stupid. He knew how to survive out here, and yet, here I was, following the last ping from his phone, tracked through a backwoods app he never turned off, straight into the belly of the Morrissey wilderness, straight to this place. The railway crossing hadn't appeared on any map, not even the old park ranger charts. I'd scrounged online, but I'd seen it in the photo. Ryan had messaged me the night before he vanished, just a blurry shot. Rails half buried in moss. The same bent signal pole now in front of me, and the same blanket of creeping mist rolling low over the ground. The caption had just said, "Found something weird, gonna check it out." He never texted again. A new gust of wind cut through the trees, sharper than before, and with it came the unmistakable scent of rot. Foul, cloying animal. My stomach twisted. It was more than just the decay of the forest floor or the sourness of damp wood. It was the kind of smell that meant something once alive had been left too long in the wrong place. I took another step forward. Over the first of the rails, my boot struck something hard beneath the leaves, and I crouched, brushing them aside with gloved fingers. A strip of fabric, torn red nylon, damp and fraying, the kind from a cheap parka, Ryan's parka. My throat tightened. I turned the strip over, and underneath it, half sunk in the soil, was something else, metal, a watch, cracked glass, face scratched beyond recognition, but still faintly ticking. The second hand jerking in irregular rhythm. The ground beneath me seemed to breathe. I jerked upright, clutching the watch in my fist, heart hammering against my ribs. For a second, just a second, I could swear the light around me flickered, not like a trick of cloud or sun, but as though a great, unseen eye had blinked. The fog pulsed inward from the trees, as if drawing breath, and the silence became complete. Then came the sound, distant at first, wet, dragging, a slithering, like something slick being pulled over stone. It didn't belong. It didn't belong to the forest or to the world I understood. I turned toward the source, but the mist was too thick now, curling like smoke, coiling in unnatural shapes along the rails. I took a step back, the cold bit deeper, and suddenly my breath clouded, not white, but gray. so dark it looked like ash. The signal pole creaked. Just once, and then the watch in my hand stopped ticking. I stood frozen on the tracks, the stopped watch clenched in my gloved hand, pulse thudding in my ears like the echo of distant drums. Only there were no drums, no rhythm but the erratic pounding in my chest, and the low slither of something moving just beyond sight. The forest pressed in tighter, every tree a twisted sentinel, bark slick with moisture and old moss, each branch hanging like an arm prepared to snatch the unwary. The scent of smoke was all around me now, thicker than ever, acrid and sharp, burning at the back of my throat, like something crawling out of memory. The signal post groaned again, a sound like tortured metal shifting under some invisible weight. My head jerked up, eyes drawn to the ruined light at its top, shattered, hollow, dark. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something stared from within, watching with the patience of roots grown deep and old beneath the soil. I didn't move, couldn't move until the wind stirred again and brought with it that stench of rot. Worse than before, so strong it seemed to come from beneath my own skin. Somewhere, far to my left, something splashed, wet, deliberate, like a footfall in standing water, but there was no stream nearby. It checked the maps. The sound came again, closer this time. I turned, slowly, heart clawing against my ribs, like an animal trying to escape its cage. The mist had thickened so much, I couldn't see 10 feet ahead, and every shape in the gray swirl looked like it might move if I blinked. I didn't want to blink. Instead, I stepped backward. One cautious footfall over the warped rail, then another, eyes straining against the fog. My boot crunched something underfoot. I looked down. Bones. Not large. Animal. Maybe. A small rib cage. Picked clean. The pieces scattered like they'd been dropped from a great height. Some of the bones were cracked. Others were scored with deep grooves, too wide and too clean to be the work of teeth. I dropped the watch. It landed in the leaves with a muffled thud, but the sound it made didn't match the motion. It echoed, somehow, bounced back at me with a weight that turned my stomach, as if the forest wanted me to hear it. To mark the moment, I turned to go, but the forest had changed. Where the path had been, only trees remained, tight-packed, gnarled and unfamiliar. The birches had given way to something darker, heavier, bark like old leather. Limbs bowed, as though burdened with secrets. I stepped forward again, and this time the silence broke. Not with birdsong, not with wind, but with a sound like breath, caught in a dying throat. Then the whisper came, not words. Not quite, but something like language, stretched and warped and buried under layers of waterlogged gravel. It slithered through the air and past my ear, too close, too cold, like the voice had passed through me rather than around. The ground shifted, my knees buckled, and I staggered, catching myself on a fallen log, slick with lichen and soft with decay. The earth pulsed beneath my palms, warm for a moment, wet and warm. I jerked my hands away and scrambled back, panting, watching, as the soil where I'd touched began to bubble faintly, like something exhaling just beneath the surface. I didn't speak. I couldn't. Every part of me screamed to run, but something older and colder whispered stay, and my body seemed caught between both commands. That's when I saw the eyes, low to the ground, reflecting nothing, dull as stones but fixed on me, motionless, lidless, and wide. They didn't blink, they didn't flinch when I moved. They just watched, as if measuring, judging, remembering. The fog behind them churned once, and then the shape rose, not fully, not yet, just a ripple, wet limbs unfolding like reeds pushed up from muck. A long spine curved unnaturally, silhouetted against the swirling mist. I saw the glint of claws, slick and wide and webbed, dragging along the ground with a sound like shredded canvas soaked in water. My breath came in gasps. I turned again, half stumbling, and picked a direction, any direction, and ran. Branches whipped across my arms, tore at my jacket, snatched at my hair like fingers. The forest bent around me, trees closed in, the ground sloped downward, steeper and steeper, until I was nearly falling, boots slipping in the mud, hands grasping for trunks to slow myself. The air grew colder as I descended, and the scent of smoke gave way to the sickly sweet rot of standing water. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Behind me, the fog glowed faintly, not with light, but with memory. Flashes of places I didn't recognize, and yet knew. A house burning in winter, a figure on its knees in snow, a scream echoing through the trees, not from now but from then, a time that did not belong to me. Then it stopped, all of it. I stood ankle deep in icy water, panting, surrounded by crooked cypress and black ferns. Above, no sky could be seen, only canopy and fog. The whispering had stopped. The sound was gone, and for a moment, just a single perfect second, I thought I had imagined it all, until the water at my feet began to ripple, slowly, deliberately, a ring, then another, moving outward in concentric circles from the space between my boots. Something had risen beneath me. Something was waiting. I didn't move. I couldn't. The water around my ankles was no longer just cold. It had grown viscous, clinging to my boots like something alive. Like the forest had decided I'd strayed too deep, and now meant to hold me still, to listen, to see. My breath came in short, panicked bursts, each exhale steaming in the air, like smoke rising from a dying ember, and the ripples in the pool continued to spread, not outward anymore, but inward, converging at the point directly beneath me. There was a sound, low, rhythmic, almost imperceptible, like something breathing through wet cloth, gurgling from below the surface. Each inhalation dragging the silence tighter around me, wrapping it around my neck. The ferns nearby shivered without wind. Even the fog seemed to hesitate, drawing back just enough to show me that I was entirely, utterly alone. And then the surface broke, not with a splash, but with a disturbance, a slow, rising push of muck and brackish water, as if something enormous was surfacing just beneath. Cautious, savoring the moment, the water began to bulge upward. Doming in the center, beneath the surface, something shifted, coiled, and blinked. Not a fish, not an animal, something amphibious, but impossibly large. I stumbled backward, wrenching my boots free with a wet sucking sound, and nearly fell as I splashed toward the dry edge of the clearing. My shoulder slammed into a tree, bark tearing my jacket. But I didn't stop until I had put several feet between me and the pool. The water stilled almost instantly. Silence returned. But it wasn't natural. It was held like breath in the throat of the world. I crouched low, trembling, hands sunk in the damp earth for balance. Trying to slow the roar in my ears, I scanned the trees for movement, for a sign of the thing I had almost seen. But the woods held nothing. Not yet. And then, like a switch had been thrown, the memories began again. Not mine. They surged into my mind like floodwater through a shattered dam. A boy, not Ryan, running through these same woods at twilight, barefoot and crying, a deep gash down one leg, something following him, the taste of copper in the back of his throat, the feeling of being watched, weighed, chosen. I saw through his eyes as he tripped, fell, screamed. I felt the moment he looked up and saw the thing emerge from the mist. Tall, slick, with limbs that bent wrong, with a mouth that opened far too wide and far too slow. I jerked back with a sob, bile rising in my throat, and the vision shattered. I was back in my body, curled beneath the hanging limbs of a tree that felt older than time, staring at the pool as it began to steam. A low hum, almost melodic, drifted through the trees. It wasn't human, but it mimicked something human, close enough to trick the part of the mind that craves comfort. Like a lullaby sung underwater, it rose and fell with the cadence of breath, each note slipping beneath my skin like needles made of sound. I tried to speak, to call out Ryan's name, but my voice cracked and vanished, swallowed by the weight of the woods. All that came out was a whisper. "Where are you?" The answer came in movement. Branches lashed at my face. The forest had changed again, denser, more primal, as though I had slipped into some untouched pocket of time. The trees were black with age, bark blistered and pocked, and every root I passed seemed to curl slightly toward my fleeing form. Eventually, I came to a hollow. A ring of stones encircled a patch of flattened earth, blackened as if by fire. No ashes, no wood, just burnt. In the center stood a wooden post, splintered at the top, bound with rotting rope. Symbols were carved into the stone ring, old and crude and angry. The smoke scent was thickest here, pungent and oily, like burnt hair and wet skin. This place didn't want me, and still, something beneath my skin recognized it. As I stepped toward the post, another memory slammed into me. I screamed and fell to my knees, fists against my temples as the vision broke. And in its center, just beyond the circle of stone, the marsh fiend stood, fully this time. Its back was hunched, slick with mud and slime, moss clinging to its limbs like second skin. Its mouth yawned open, a hole without end, lined with rings of teeth that shimmered in the dimness. Its eyes were voids. But I felt them see me, felt it reach inside. It didn't move. It didn't need to. I understood, in some primal broken part of me, that it was remembering me, that somehow it had known I would come, that I had always been coming, and that now I could never truly leave. The marsh fiend didn't move, but I felt the weight of it pressing against me, like gravity, warped by its gaze, like the air around us had thickened into molasses, and I was sinking inch by inch into something that wasn't quite earth and wasn't quite memory. Its massive form hunched in the mist, outlined by a halo of rot that seemed to shimmer with a dull internal pulse, as though the creature were lit from within by decay. It didn't speak, didn't growl, didn't charge. It just watched, waiting for something it already knew would happen. I turned and ran. Again, my body moved before my mind could catch up. Instinct, screaming louder than thought. The stone circle fell away behind me, swallowed by fog. The forest tilted, rearranged itself, unfamiliar paths forming under my feet. Branches reached for me like arms outstretched in warning, not welcome, bark slashing my arms and chest. But I didn't stop. Not when the stench of wet, rotting flesh curled into my lungs. Not when the sound of water moving uphill crackled through the brush beside me. Not when the whispering started again. It wasn't the lullaby this time. It was pleading. Voices. Many voices. Layered over one another, like peeling paint. Too many mouths all trying to speak through one throat. Some called my name. Others cried for help. One, high and cold and terrible, simply said, "She came back." I screamed and shoved through a wall of hanging moss, emerging onto a stretch of forest I almost recognized, somewhere north of the old ranger trail. Maybe, though the trees here stood taller, darker, their bark riddled with the same carvings I'd seen in the stone circle, spirals, eyes, teeth. Like something moved to my right. I turned just in time to see a shape slip behind a trunk, impossibly fast. Another on my left. This one lower to the ground. Crawling, I spun in circles, heart thundering, surrounded by nothing but shifting fog, and the growing certainty that I was no longer running toward safety, but deeper into something ancient and deliberate. Then I saw it, half buried in the brush ahead. Ryan's backpack. I collapsed to my knees before it, fingers shaking as I pulled it free from the damp earth. The canvas was torn, one strap nearly severed. Inside, a half-crushed water bottle, his journal, a shattered compass, and something else. A tooth, too large for any animal I knew, jagged, blackened at the root, sharp as obsidian. wrapped in a scrap of cloth, stained with something old and brown. I touched it, and the world reeled. A vision crashed into me. With the force of a blow, Ryan, panting, injured, dragging himself through the fog, whispering apologies to no one. He held the tooth tightly, like a charm, like a last hope. Then, something behind him, a blur, the sound of squelching footsteps, a hiss like steam from a split pipe, and a whisper, "Give it back." I gasped and dropped the tooth. It landed without a sound. The ground around me was quiet again. Too quiet, but I could feel the presence drawing near. The air grew colder with every second, my breath coming out in clouds that twisted into shapes I didn't want to look at. From the corner of my eye, I saw them, figures standing just beyond the veil of fog, still, silent. Not people, not anymore. Their faces were hollow, stretched thin like old leather, eyes sunken and glistening with a wet, unnatural sheen. They watched me the way the marsh fiend had, not with curiosity, but with recognition. And behind them, deeper in the mist, the faint orange glow of a lantern began to sway. It swung gently, left to right, as if carried by an unseen hand. I rose slowly, unsure whether to run, to speak, to scream. The figures didn't move, but the lantern did. It drew closer, and with it, a shadow stretched across the trees, tall, narrow, impossibly long-limbed. Its stride was liquid, boneless, the kind of movement that spoke of deep water and unseen things brushing your ankles. The fog peeled back, slightly, just enough to show the edge of its maw, the way it opened like a wound in the world. "Angela." The voice came again, closer now, my name spoken not as comfort, but as claim. I turned and ran once more. The forest around me narrowing, folding in, branches gnarling together, like ribs around a heart. I didn't care where I went anymore. Just away, away, away. The whispering returned in full, louder now, a cacophony of memory and madness, through a tangle of roots, over a crumbled wooden bridge, slick with moss, past a row of rusted train cars, sunk halfway into the marsh. The railway. I circled back, but it was wrong. Twisted. The tracks dipped into the earth like they were sinking. The ties rotted through. Metal warped into unnatural curves. The signal post loomed above, still shattered, still lifeless. Yet now its light flickered weakly, sputtering in the fog like it remembered what it used to be. Something moved beneath the train cars. I didn't stop to see what. Instead, I climbed into the nearest one, the door screeching open with a noise that hurt my ears and settled into my bones. Inside, darkness. Not emptiness. Not quiet. Darkness that listened. As I stepped inside, the air changed, heavy, charged, full of the scent of rust, salt, and something sweeter. Decay softened by time. My flashlight flickered and died. I stood in blackness, hands outstretched, breathing shallow, afraid to move, more afraid not to. And then, somewhere deep within the train car, a voice spoke, not a whisper, not a memory. Do you know what you are? The door slammed shut behind me, and I was alone again. Or I wasn't. I stood in the blackness of the train car, my palms pressed flat against the cold, metallic wall, the echo of the voice still crawling along the ridges of my spine, like centipedes made of sound. Do you know what you are? It hadn't come from behind me, or ahead of me, or even beside me. It had come from inside, as if the words had formed somewhere in the hollow of my ribs and spread outward like steam. I reached into my coat, fingers fumbling for the lighter I'd tucked away earlier. When the flame finally sprang to life, it barely pushed back the dark, a flickering, trembling glow against the thick, wet blackness pressing in on all sides. The walls of the car were smeared with streaks of something slick, brown-black, too dark for rust, too thick for mud. Scratches marred the metal in looping patterns. Nails dragged again and again in desperate spirals. I stepped forward. The floor beneath my boots creaked, but not with the high, hollow ring of metal. It groaned, as if something beneath it stirred in response. Something that did not appreciate the weight of me. The flame wavered. My foot brushed against something. I crouched low and tilted the lighter. A stuffed animal, small, rotting, one eye missing, the other replaced with a button sewed crudely in place, with sinew that looked far too real. Around it, bits of cloth, a broken wristwatch, a boot too small to be Ryan's, bones child-sized. The flame dimmed, and then the voice came again, quieter this time, more curious than accusing. You remember her, don't you? No, I whispered. But my voice cracked. The flame went out. A rush of wind surged through the car. Not cold, but hot, humid, like the breath of something that had been waiting, salivating. My ears popped, and for a moment there was no sound, only pressure, like I was suddenly hundreds of feet underwater. Thump, a sound from the far end of the train car. Heavy, wet, followed by the dragging of something across the metal floor. I turned, blind, fumbling in the dark. Thump, drag, thump, closer now. Each impact a little heavier, each drag a little slower, as if savoring the approach. Then a hiss, long and sharp, not quite animal, not quite human, like steam forced through flesh. I backed away, palms out, reaching for the door, but there was no handle, no latch, only smooth, slick metal where the opening had once been. Something brushed my leg. Knock! I screamed and struck out with the lighter. A burst of flame, a flicker, and I saw it. A face, inches from mine, or something that wore a face. Skin stretched too tight, mouth sewn shut with wire. The eyes wet and glistening, rolling in their sockets without focus. It didn't move like a living thing. It quivered as if suspended by strings. Then it jerked backward, melting into the dark. My scream echoed off the walls, and then died into silence. From behind me, another sound. Click, clack, metal on metal tracks, humming beneath my feet. But that wasn't possible. The train was moving. The impossible weight of realization hit me like a blow. Somehow, the car was in motion, gliding along the long-dead railway. The walls groaned in protest, the joints of the car screaming in rusted agony. The air began to pulse with the rhythm of the wheels, the whole space alive with mechanical heartbeats. And then the memories surged again. Not mine. A man, old eyes sunken from drink and grief, sitting in this very car, whispering apologies into the dark, cradling something that wouldn't stop crying. A whistle howled in the distance. He looked down and saw what he held was wrong. Not a child, not anymore. Just teeth. Just hunger. His scream joined mine, and then the vision snapped. Light spilled in through the broken slats of the walls. For a moment, I thought it was morning. But it wasn't sunlight. It was fire. Outside, the trees blazed with impossible, silent flames. No heat reached me, but the light warped the shadows inside the car, made them longer, sharper. They began to move without me. A silhouette crouched in the far corner, watching. Then another. Hanging from the ceiling like a bat, head twisted the wrong way. The car filled with them. Shadows shaped like people, but not moving like them. Each one bore some twisted aspect. A too long arm, a head split down the middle, a chest that opened like a mouth. They shivered and pulsed with the same rhythm as the rails, like they were growing stronger with every mile. I fell to my knees, and in the distance, through the slats, I saw the signal post again, the one we'd passed before. We were looping. The train was circling the same stretch of dead track, over and over, deeper and deeper into some coiled spiral of space and time. The forest outside had no end. The fire had no source. The car began to fill with water. First a trickle, then a gush. From cracks in the walls, from beneath the floorboards, from the very air itself. It wasn't natural water. It was dark, thick, and alive with movement. Tiny things swam in it, blinked up at me with eyes that weren't eyes. The scent of decay returned, overpowering now, like wet leather and old meat. I stood, breath ragged, as the water rose to my shins. The door at the end of the car creaked open, and in the frame stood Ryan, or what had once been Ryan. He looked at me with wide, glassy eyes. His mouth hung open, and inside I saw not a tongue, not teeth, but flickering images, places I'd never been, things I'd never done, all soaked in dread, all ending in screams. "Angela," he said, but not with his voice, with mine. And I realized, finally, fully, terribly, this place wasn't just showing me things. It was rewriting me. The car filled with light, and everything went white. The white did not fade. It peeled, like a scab lifted too soon, It came away in ragged layers, curling back to reveal not clarity, but something worse. Distortion. The world beyond the light was twisted, folded in on itself. Like broken film run through a projector too many times, the forest was still there. Fogwood, or what used to be fogwood, but it was wrong, as if someone had tried to rebuild it from memory and failed. Trees leaned at impossible angles, their trunks pulsating with a slow rhythm like breathing lungs. Leaves quivered, despite the still air, and the sky overhead was neither day nor night, just an endless pall of ash-gray cloud churning without wind. I stumbled from the train car. It was no longer moving, but the tracks beneath it shifted subtly, like they were alive and dreaming. Behind me, the metal door slammed shut of its own accord, with a hollow clang that echoed far too long. Ahead lay the woods, but no trail, no signs, no bearings. Everything was forest. Endless, repeating, echoing itself in patterns that made no sense. If I looked too long, trees grew into themselves, roots split and rejoined in loops. The same fallen log appeared again and again, no matter which way I turned. I didn't know how long I wandered. Time moved strangely here. Minutes bled into hours. My body ached with exhaustion that didn't match the motion. I heard things. Laughs cut short. Screams turned inside out. Lullabies in reverse. And always the sound of water, sloshing in the distance, like something waiting, circling. Eventually, I came to a clearing. A perfectly round patch of ground with nothing but dead leaves and the rotting skeleton of a hunting blind. Its wooden stilts had collapsed inward, as though something too heavy had perched atop it. In the center of the clearing was a mirror, a full-length, silver-framed mirror that hadn't rusted, hadn't cracked, clean, unmoved by wind or rot. I approached slowly, heart pounding, knowing already what I wouldn't see, and I was right. No reflection. Where my face should have been, there was only the forest, identical, but off. The trees were straighter. The sky was black, and in that version of the clearing, the figure standing in front of the mirror was not me. It looked like me, but the skin was mottled, slick, gills flared at the neck, fingers too long tipped in black, webbed claws. The mouth hung open slightly, and from its throat issued a low, gurgling growl, like something caught in a drain. It reached forward. I backed away, but my foot caught on something. I tumbled, and the mirror shuddered. The surface rippled. From within, it stepped out. I couldn't move. My limbs froze. Not from fear, but something else. Some deeper paralysis, like a thread pulled taut through my spine. The creature's eyes found mine. They weren't hateful. They weren't angry. They were empty. And in that emptiness, I saw myself, who I was, who I might become, who I might have already been. And then, like a shadow slipping into the bones of the forest, it was gone, but it left something behind, a memory. Not mine. I was standing at the railway crossing, this version of me, dressed in clothes I didn't own, speaking words I didn't recognize. I watched as a boy. Ryan ran ahead into the fog, calling my name, only I didn't follow. I turned and walked away, left him, because you already knew. A voice whispered behind me. I spun around. A woman stood at the edge of the clearing, old, wrapped in a shawl of moss and feather, her skin etched like tree bark, her eyes the pale white of cataracts. But she saw me. She saw me. You were the first to run, she said. But you won't be the last. What is this place? I croaked. She smiled, and the motion cracked her face like splitting bark. I didn't understand. Fogwood was never whole, she said. Not after the crossing. Not after the bones were buried. The forest remembers. It feeds on what we leave behind. Guilt, grief, memory. You stepped into its mouth. Child, now it chews. I stepped back. Where's Ryan? She shook her head. You won't find him whole. My heart thundered. I couldn't look at her anymore. Then how do I get out? You don't, she said. You change. The sky darkened as she spoke, shadows spilling from the treetops. Like ink from a broken pen, the clearing narrowed, the trees bending in. The woman stepped back into the shadows and vanished. Alone again, I picked a direction and walked, not because I thought it would help, but because standing still felt like surrender. The forest changed as I moved. Sounds distorted. Space stretched. The tracks reappeared beneath my feet, leading toward another signal post. This one crooked, tangled in vines. As I approached, the cold wind returned, and with it, the scent of decay, fresh now, clothes, wet and clinging, like something breathing just out of sight. I didn't see the creature, but I felt it in the fog, in the reflection of my eyes, in the pulse of the tracks beneath my boots. The marsh fiend, it didn't need to chase me. It was inside me, and when I looked down again, my hands were not the hands I remembered. The claws were growing. It began in the marrow, a dull throb beneath the surface of my bones, like something ancient knocking to be let out. The further I walked down the reappearing tracks, the louder the rhythm pulsed, my heartbeat syncing with the phantom cadence of something deeper, something older than this forest, older than the rusted steel beneath my feet. It wasn't pain. Not yet. It was a remembering, an awakening, the slow crack of a shell long buried beneath flesh. Fog wrapped the trees like gauze, thick enough that I had to reach out to feel my way forward. Palm brushing bark that felt warm to the touch, like skin stretched over breathing lungs. Sometimes the trunks throbbed, subtly. Sometimes they whispered back, in a voice, not quite words but emotion. Fear, longing, hunger. I ignored them, or tried to. The tracks twisted in places, weaving like serpents through the underbrush, unanchored to any rational geometry. I followed them, not out of trust, but because they were the only things that stayed consistent. Metal rails and rotten wooden ties, endless, looping, alive, somewhere behind me, water lapped. The marsh fiend never showed itself, but its presence was constant. A pressure in the air, a gravity that bent the world around it. Whenever I tried to turn back, the fog thickened. When I spoke aloud, my voice returned delayed, distorted, with syllables I hadn't said. But the worst part was my hands. It wrapped them in a torn piece of scarf. To avoid looking, the tips had grown slick, skin stretching thin, semi-translucent. Something webbed curled between my fingers. My nails, or what had once been nails, darkened and hardened, curling downward into sharp obsidian crescents. Every hour, it spread a little more. I couldn't tell if it hurt. I wasn't sure it was supposed to. Up ahead, I saw something. A rail signal. This one was different. Not broken, not overgrown. It was pristine, polished, leaded. A red light glowed from its face, casting a halo across the mist, like a warning bleeding into fog. And beside it, a figure. I slowed, breath catching. Hope and dread tangled tight in my chest. The figure turned. It was him, but younger. 10, maybe 11. The way he looked in the last photo I kept tucked in my wallet. He wore his old denim jacket, the one with the patched sleeve and the pinecone pin. "Ryan," I whispered again, stepping closer. He didn't move. "Where have you been?" I said, voice breaking. "What happened to you?" He tilted his head slightly. "Angela." I stopped. The voice wasn't right. It was too smooth, too even, like a recording played just a bit too slow. "You left," he said. My mouth opened, but I couldn't speak. "You left me in the woods," he continued, stepping forward. His eyes, wrong now, too dark, glinted in the red light. "I followed your voice, but it wasn't you. It was the trees, the water, the thing in the water." He reached out a hand. I stepped back. His skin began to ripple. Bubbles formed beneath the surface, pulsing and popping. His face sagged like wax. The pinecone pin melted into his chest. Something inside him, something slick and gleaming, pressed outward from beneath his ribs. "I didn't leave you," I said. "I looked for you." He smiled. "You looked too late." His mouth split at the edges, stretching until it reached his ears. Inside, nothing but water. The red light on the signal turned green. The tracks began to hum, and from behind me, I heard it again. The clatter of wheels, the scream of steel on steel, the whistle, but not mechanical. Wet, like something breathing through a broken flute. I ran. The forest bent as I moved, trees bowing inward, branches snatching at my clothes. My feet pounded the soft earth beside the rails, eyes locked on the signal ahead. The green light flickered. The fog hissed around me. And then the train emerged. Not behind, ahead. It came screaming out of the mist without warning. A black shape with windows that glowed yellow, impossibly tall and impossibly long, wheels sparking, smoke rising from its joints, like steam from an open wound. It didn't slow. I dove to the side, landing in muck, the cold swallowing me whole as the train passed inches from my face. But as it did, I saw into it, each window a flicker, each compartment a scene, a family screaming around a dinner table as tendrils burst from their mouths, a woman nailed to a ceiling, her hair hanging down like a curtain of rot, children dancing in a circle around a burning crib, a version of me, arms open, eyes black, whispering, "You belong here." When it passed, there was no wind, only silence. I lay there, breathing, shallow, soaked to the bone. My scarf had come loose. My hands were no longer mine. Then I noticed the figure at the signal hadn't moved, still standing, still watching. Except now, there were more of them, behind trees, between trunks, shapes with my face, with Ryan's, with my mother's, all flickering, like bad reception, all wrong, and at their center, rising up from the swamp like it had always been there, the marsh fiend. It did not roar. It did not charge. It stared, and in its gaze, I felt the memories clawing at my skin again. Too many lives, too many deaths, a child drowned in a well, a woman lost to frost beneath a full moon, a man who walked into the forest and never came back, only to become the thing he feared. Not one of them was mine, and yet I remembered them all. The marsh fiend moved. Slowly, majestically, its limbs flowed like liquid shadow, and as it drew near, the ground beneath me rippled like disturbed water. "You're almost ready," it said, and this time, the voice was mine. I should have run. But where? The tracks had vanished, beneath the fog again, swallowed like bone into flesh. Behind me, the figures, those echo shadows of the people I loved, stood unmoving, still flickering with static, like memories too corrupted to play back clean. And before me, the marsh fiend, rising taller now, its webbed claws folding and unfolding, like a priest readying for some profane ceremony. I couldn't breathe. Not properly. My lungs felt full, not of air but of water, thick and ancient, like pond scum left stagnant in sunless places. My heartbeat slowed, or maybe it sped up. The rhythm was no longer mine. It belonged to the forest now. The marsh fiend stepped forward, but made no sound. The world seemed to dip as it moved, like the weight of its existence bent reality inward. Its skin was an amalgam of swamp and sinew. Each step, trailing strands of black moss and wet earth from its chest, or what passed for one, rose a sound, not a growl, but a mournful whine, like a wind chime made of teeth and rust. And I saw things again, memories not mine, lives not lived, burned into my vision like the ghost trails behind closed eyes. A woman standing at the edge of the railway crossing, hands bloodied, face blank, a child holding a lantern that pulsed with something alive inside it, an old man kneeling in the water, whispering an apology to something beneath the reeds. The weight of it crushed down on me until I screamed, but the sound didn't echo. It shattered. The air fractured like glass, and with it, the illusion holding the space together. Trees twisted violently, snapping into new, impossible shapes. The sky tore open, revealing another forest suspended above us, upside down and twitching like a living wound. The figures behind me evaporated into black mist, sucked upward like smoke reversed. The marsh fiend didn't flinch. It simply lifted one claw, and with agonizing slowness, pointed toward something behind me. I turned. There, partially buried in the soil, tangled in vines and thorns, was an old conductor's lantern, still glowing, a sickly yellow light that pulsed like a heartbeat. I stepped forward. The vines recoiled from my presence. Or maybe they welcomed it. I couldn't tell anymore as I reached down and wrapped my 2 long fingers around the cold iron handle. Something clicked inside my skull. A memory. My memory. Ryan and I, huddled in the back seat of Dad's truck, the two of us staring out at the fog, curling through the trees beyond the park gates, him whispering, "Promise you won't leave me behind." Me, older, distracted, already half lost in my phone, murmuring, "Sure, yeah, I promise," but I hadn't meant it. And now the promise had come back to collect. The lantern flared. Light exploded from its center in a spiral of pale gold and sick green swirling upward into the darkened sky. The marsh fiend recoiled slightly, its form warping, limbs flickering like bad film. The space around us convulsed, shadows bleeding upward, roots trembling with suppressed hunger. From the lantern came voices, all of them. Mine, Ryan's, our mothers, strangers, victims, things not human but once were, all crying, pleading, singing, and at the center of it all, a voice I didn't know, but had always known. The light cannot save you, but it can show you what waits. The forest peeled back like a wound, layers of bark and fog, and time unraveling into a tunnel of slick earth. I was no longer standing. I was falling, plummeting through the spiral, past broken train tracks, submerged stations, a conductor's booth filled with skeletal hands clutching rusted timetables. The lantern in my grip pulsed again, and with it, a vision. Fogwood. In the past, a small settlement built too close to the swamp, locals whispering of lights seen in the trees, children disappearing from their beds, a priest hammering shut the old crossing gates, then fire, then silence, then the marsh fiend rising from the black water, mouth yawning open, not in hunger, but in sorrow. I hit the ground. The impact drove the breath from my lungs, but I didn't break. I should have broken, but the forest wouldn't let me. It needed me intact. I stood up slowly. I was somewhere new, a vast rail yard, half sunken, flooded with black water that reflected nothing. Rusted boxcars leaned like tombstones. Signal lights blinked erratically. Fog drifted across the surface, revealing and hiding shapes I didn't want to see. And at the center, a structure, an old station platform, broken in half by tree roots and time. And at the edge of it, a man, back turned, still, listening. Ryan, but older, just like I imagined him. 20s, tall, wearing the coat I gave him the year before he vanished, the same coat they never found. I stepped onto the platform. My boots didn't splash. The water let me pass. As if recognizing me, Ryan, he turned and smiled, not with joy, with recognition. You came back, he said. I nodded. I didn't trust my voice. It's almost over. I looked past him. The marsh fiend was coming, slowly, the water rising in its wake. What happens now? I asked. He took my hand. His touch burned cold, memory slick. Now you choose. Choose what? To forget or to become. The lantern pulsed one last time. The platform shuddered. Behind us the train returned. This time silent, gliding to a stop with doors that hissed open. Inside, darkness. Behind us, the forest, the fiend, the wound. Ryan stepped onto the train. Come with me. We don't have to feel it anymore. But I couldn't move, because the light was fading, and in its absence, the shadow stirred, waiting, breathing, becoming me. The train doors stayed open, exhaling that same swamp-warm breath, rank with decay and salt, tinged with the iron tang of blood. Ryan stood just inside, one foot planted in the liminal threshold, half in shadow, half in flickering light. His eyes hadn't changed, not since childhood. Too wide, too deep, like looking into still water, and knowing something was just beneath the surface, watching, waiting. I took a step forward, then another. But the closer I got, the more wrong everything became. The lights inside the train flickered in staccato bursts, revealing things that weren't there a moment before. The benches were not empty. They were filled with passengers, their heads bowed, hands folded like dolls posed for burial. But they weren't dead. Their chests rose and fell too slowly, as though breathing was a learned behavior they were slowly forgetting. One of them looked up. It was me, or some version of me. Hair darker, face slack, eyes hollow as buttons. It smiled, my own teeth, yellowed and too long. Then it mouthed a word. Stay. The train let out a hiss. Steam, or something like it, billowed from beneath its wheels, crawling over the platform in tendrils. It coiled around my ankles, pulled gently, like fingers trailing the hem of a dress. Behind me, the light from the lantern sputtered, then died. The darkness that followed was alive. The marsh fiend rose from it, like a cathedral, being born, not fast, not abrupt, inevitable, towering, monolithic. a structure made of grief and hunger. Its body shimmered with trapped images, screaming faces, clasped hands, a child floating beneath frozen water. They passed beneath its translucent skin like fish beneath ice, eternally swimming, eternally drowning. It reached for me, not with claws, but with a presence, a suggestion, and with it came memory. Not mine, not Ryan's, not anyone's, something older. Before the park, before the tracks, the land had once been silent, untouched. Then the settlers came. Then the trains. They built over something meant to stay buried, something sacred and feral, and in doing so they carved a wound into the world, a place that bled time. The marsh fiend was not the wound. It was the blood. Ryan stepped back into the shadows of the train. "You don't have to carry it anymore," he said, voice softer, younger. "Let the shadow have it. Let it make you clean." But I remembered now. I remembered the search parties. The way I lied when they asked how long Ryan had been gone. I hadn't noticed. Not really. I was too busy running, too busy blaming him for staying behind when the truth was, I had left first. The guilt, the ache, the rot. It wasn't haunting me. It was me. The figures on the train turned their heads in unison. Dozens of my faces, dozens of Ryan's, all waiting, all patient. I backed away. The train doors slammed shut. A screech of metal, a burst of steam. The engine groaned like an animal forced back into its cage. Then it began to move, slowly at first, wheels grinding against rust and bone, then faster. As it passed me, I saw inside the windows again, blurred scenes of other crossings, other people, all moments of choice. Some entered the train, some ran into the woods, some stood still until they crumbled into ash. None of them looked free. When the last car vanished into the fog, silence returned. Not peace. Never peace, but a quiet so absolute it became its own kind of scream. I turned to face the marsh fiend. It stood still, patient, the forest bending around it like worshippers at an altar. I stepped forward. The earth rippled beneath me, swallowing the old platform, dissolving the remnants of the station, revealing what had always been beneath, a tunnel of roots, a throat made of trees, a descent. I didn't ask where it led. I knew, to the heart of Fogwood, to the place where the scream had first begun. The marsh fiend bowed its head, as if granting permission, so I walked. The tunnel closed behind me, leaving only shadow and the taste of smoke, again thick in my throat. Except this time, I knew what it was. Memory, burning, and ahead, faint but growing clearer with each step. A light that did not comfort, but called, and in that light, something waiting. No to sing swearing my name. The tunnel opened suddenly, spilling me into a clearing, unlike any I'd seen before. A place suspended between dusk and dawn. where the air felt neither warm nor cold, but heavy, dense with the weight of forgotten time. The trees stood twisted, their branches gnarled like arthritic fingers reaching toward an unseen sky, their shadows pooling deep and black at my feet. Above me, the sky fractured into shards of light and darkness, like a broken stained glass window held together by sheer will alone. It was a place where nothing was whole and everything was fractured, like my own fractured memories, memories that didn't belong entirely to me, but that now felt as real as my own heartbeat. I was caught in that liminal space, trapped between light and shadow. The scent of smoke, now unmistakable and sharp in my nostrils, cutting through the damp earth and decay that clung to my skin. The lantern's glow pulsed faintly in my hand, a fragile beacon in the growing gloom. Behind me, the marsh fiend lingered, its massive form shifting and folding in and out of sight, like smoke curling around a flame, both protector and predator, keeper of the boundary where I now stood. It did not move to attack, nor did it retreat. It simply watched, waiting for me to make the final choice. I glanced down at my hands, feeling the weight of every whispered memory, every scream swallowed by the forest, every promise broken and kept. The faces of those lost flickered before my eyes. Ryan's pleading gaze, my mother's silent tears, the shadows of those who had come before me. Trapped in this endless half-light, the train's distant whistle echoed faintly, a ghostly lament that wound through the trees like a thread pulling me toward a fate I could not yet understand. I took a shaky breath, the cold wind carrying the scent of decay once more, wrapping around me like a shroud. The marsh fiend's eyes, glowing pools of abyssal darkness, locked with mine, and in that gaze I saw both the horror of what had been and the promise of what could be. To step forward was to surrender to the darkness, to become part of the endless cycle of loss and despair that haunted this place. To turn back was to face a world that would never forget the shadows I carried within. And so, caught between light and shadow, between memory and oblivion, I stood, trapped, neither lost nor saved, only waiting, waiting for the night to claim me or for the dawn to break the curse. In Fogwood, the forest remembers, and so do I. Story 3. The fog revealed a path that wasn't there before. I stopped so suddenly that my boots slipped on the moss-slicked rock beneath me, and I had to throw a hand out to steady myself against the twisted trunk of a birch tree that leaned over the narrow trail like a watchful sentinel. My breath hissed out in the sharp silence, curling in slow, serpentine coils in the spring air, more like winter's final whisper than anything belonging to May. My fingers, rough and cracked from years of gripping axe handles and hauling hoses, brushed against the bark, and for a moment I could swear it pulsed beneath my palm, like something alive, something breathing. I withdrew quickly. This wasn't right. I'd been walking the same trail for almost 2 hours now, just like I'd done countless times since moving out here to Cedarville. After the department pensioned me off, Porcupine Mountains had always felt more like home than anywhere else. A place where the smoke in my lungs could clear, where my ears weren't ringing with the shrieks of fire alarms or the silence that came after. Out here, I could hear the wind in the trees, the warble of a hermit thrush, the steady crunch of gravel and pine needles underfoot, familiar things, grounding things. But this was new, a trail that hadn't been there yesterday, or any day before that, a ribbon of bare earth cutting through undergrowth that should have taken years to wear down. The soil black and damp, as if freshly turned. The edges were sharp, too clean, as though something had cut it into the forest, rather than worn it down through use. And the fog, thick and low and curling like wood smoke, seemed to cling to the path's edges as though it wanted to hide it again, or maybe keep it for itself. I squinted through the gloom, peering further along the trail. The light was strange here, pale, diffuse. The usual golden shafts of sun that pierced the canopy above had vanished, replaced by a dull gray that flattened everything it touched. There were no bird song now, no rustling of squirrels, just the soft hush of mist brushing against branches and the occasional creak of trees shifting in place, like old bones in the dark. My pulse thudded in my ears. It occurred to me that I hadn't heard my own footsteps for a while. I lifted my boot and brought it down, deliberately, onto a patch of gravel. No sound, just the sensation of impact. Dulled and distant, I tried again. Nothing. The forest had gone mute. I don't know why I didn't turn around right then. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe something else. Something older, more primal, a pull I didn't recognize yet, but could already feel crawling along the underside of my skin, like ants beneath glass. I reached for my thermos, unscrewed the lid with stiff fingers, and took a long swallow of lukewarm coffee, more out of ritual than thirst. Then I stepped forward, one foot hovering over the strange path, hesitating at the edge like a swimmer testing a frozen lake. And then I crossed. The air changed the moment I did. It was subtle at first, a faint sweetness in the back of my throat, like the scent of blooming lilacs, mixed with something sour, rotting leaves, maybe, or old meat left too long in the sun. The fog was thicker here, clinging low to the forest floor and rolling in lazy eddies around my boots. The trees seemed taller somehow, their trunks pale and ghostly, with bark that looked less like wood and more like stretched skin. I told myself it was the light, that this was just an odd patch of the forest I'd never explored before. But I knew I was lying to myself. Something was wrong. I moved forward slowly, eyes scanning every angle, ears straining for any sound that might break the unnatural stillness. The silence was not empty. It was expectant, heavy, as if the forest was holding its breath, watching me, waiting to see what I'd do. I touched the side of my pack, feeling for the cold steel of my hatchet where it was strapped. My fingers closed around the worn grip, and I drew it out, letting its familiar weight settle into my hand. I didn't plan on using it, but I felt better having it. I continued down the path. Every few yards, The terrain shifted in ways that made no sense. The ground sloped when it should have leveled, or dipped into gullies that hadn't existed moments before. Roots jutted from the soil in strange looping patterns, some resembling tangled fingers, others like ribs breaching the earth. At one point, I passed a half-buried boot, old, cracked leather with moss creeping up the side, no foot inside, just the empty shell. I stopped and crouched beside it, prodding gently with the hatchet. The boot didn't move. It was anchored somehow, as if the forest had claimed it. I thought about digging it out, but the idea made my stomach turn. I stood and kept walking. The fog thickened. Soon I could only see a few yards ahead. Shapes loomed and vanished like ghosts in the mist. My breathing grew louder in my ears, the only sound aside from the slow, steady beat of my heart. The forest was still watching. I felt it in my bones. Then came the sound. It was faint at first, a dry rustle, like leaves shifting in a breeze. I couldn't feel. Then it deepened, turned wet, slithering, a dragging sound, heavy, something big, moving just beyond the fog. I froze, every muscle locking into place, and turned slowly in a circle, eyes wide, straining to pierce the gray curtain. Nothing, but it was there. I knew it was there. The sound came again, closer this time. My grip on the hatchet tightened until my knuckles ached. The path was narrowing now, the trees closing in on either side, their limbs arching overhead to form a tunnel. The smell grew stronger, sweet, rotting. I stepped carefully, boots silent, ears hunting the sound. Then, without warning, the fog parted, and there it was. Just for a second, a shadow. No, more than that, a shape. Massive, hunched, covered in what looked like burnt fur, blackened and slick, patches of flesh, raw and glistening beneath, and eyes, two pits of searing red, like coals buried deep in a dying fire, watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. The fog closed around the space where it had stood, leaving nothing behind but silence, and the acrid tang of scorched meat. I took a step back, then another. My heartbeat was a hammer now, loud and useless. Every instinct screamed at me, to run, to turn and flee, to forget the path, the boot, the fog, everything. But I didn't. Instead, I took one more step forward, and the path welcomed me, like a mouth closing over prey. The forest swallowed me whole. There was no other way to put it. One moment I was standing on a narrow strip of damp earth, heart still rattling from the glimpse of the creature in the fog, and the next, the path folded behind me like a page turning in a book. I hadn't realized I was inside. The trees behind me weren't the same ones I'd passed through just minutes ago. Their trunks were thicker, darker, as if they'd been growing for centuries in silence and shadow. I tried to retrace my steps, but every way I turned led forward, always forward. I tightened my grip on the hatchet, the old leather of the handle slick with the sweat from my palm. I didn't like feeling this way. lost, controlled. That wasn't how I operated. 25 years in fire and rescue had taught me how to read chaos and find lines of escape. Even in buildings where the walls crumbled and the ceilings came down screaming. But this place rewrote itself the moment I blinked. The air was changing again. The cold hadn't left, but it had taken on a wetness now, thick and heavy, like steam rising from a soaked corpse. It clung to the back of my neck and wormed down my spine, leaving a chill that felt like more than temperature. A presence. My breath came slower, not from fatigue, but from a quiet dread blooming somewhere behind my ribs. The path twisted, or perhaps it didn't. I couldn't be sure anymore. Every tree looked familiar, and yet wrong, as though someone had recreated the forest from memory. But slightly off, a branch too many here, bark that curled in unnatural spirals there. At one point, I passed a tree that seemed to bleed from a wound near its base. Thick black sap oozed from the gash, glistening in the dim light, and the smell was unbearable. Tar, decay, and something else I couldn't name. I walked faster. I told myself I was fine, that I wasn't afraid, that I was just out of my element. But the forest knew better. It felt my fear. It leaned into it, filled it out like a tailored suit. My thoughts began to slip, to scatter like leaves in wind. I couldn't remember how long I'd been walking. I checked my watch, only to find the face cracked, the hands still. Then came the smell of smoke, not wood smoke, not the rich, pine-laced scent of a distant campfire. This was acrid, chemical, a burning plastic stink that coiled through the trees and gripped my lungs like a memory I'd buried deep. I froze, the past rushing in without warning. The charred walls of a Detroit tenement, the skeletal remains of a nursery crib, the screams of a man whose skin had peeled away in sheets. I shut my eyes against it, forced a breath through clenched teeth, and opened them again. That was when I saw the footprints. They were just ahead on the path, sunk deep into the mud. The first few were clawed, like a bear's, wide, brutal. Toes splayed unnaturally far apart. But a few steps later, the shape changed, became smaller, human. Barefoot, toes curling in the soft soil, as if the person had walked slowly, reluctantly. Then the pattern shifted again. Hooves. I crouched beside them, unsure of what I was looking at. One set overlapped the other, transitioning as though the creature or creatures were becoming each other in stages. A game of transformation, of mimicry. I didn't want to think about what that meant. And still, I kept walking. There was something pulling me forward now, a pressure in my chest, like an invisible rope tied tight around my ribs, tugging me deeper into the woods. I tried resisting once, turned hard left and bushwhacked through the underbrush for several minutes until I emerged into what looked like a clearing. Relief began to rise in my throat, but it was the same clearing I'd started in. The path waited, undisturbed, stretching ahead like a throat lined in ash. The light dimmed again, not sunset, just a strange draining of brightness, like the forest was sucking the daylight into its roots. My breath quickened. The pressure under my skin had changed. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was motion, a crawling sensation at the base of my spine that made me stop and reach behind me, half expecting to find something clinging to my jacket. Nothing. The sensation didn't leave. It grew. I turned around slowly, eyes scanning the mist, and saw them tree roots twitching in the undergrowth. Just subtle enough to doubt at first, then again, more pronounced. They were moving, stretching, reaching, not in jerks or spasms, but slow, deliberate writhing, like fingers inching across a tabletop in total darkness. My legs wanted to move, but wouldn't. Something was wrong with the ground. It felt soft now, spongy underfoot, and with every second I stood still, I began to sink, only slightly at first, but enough that I had to shift my weight to keep balance. I stepped back onto firmer soil and watched in horror as the impression of my boot remained, then deepened as if pulled by invisible hands. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran. Branches slapped my face. Twigs snagged at my coat. And still the trail twisted ahead like a serpent, unrolling just fast enough to stay out of reach. The fog was everywhere now, choking and damp, clinging to my throat and eyes. But I didn't stop, not until I burst into a second clearing, larger than the first. There, in the center, stood a structure. It was small, wooden, leaning badly to one side. A shack, maybe, or a hunting blind left to rot. Its roof was half caved in, and the planks were scorched black, as though touched by fire long ago. A curl of smoke rose from inside, faint, almost imaginary, and I knew, without knowing how, that the blackened bear had been here, or maybe still was. The clearing felt wrong, not in the obvious way, not just the warped angles of the structure, or the char-stained earth beneath my boots, but in some deeper elemental sense, as if I'd stepped out of the world and into the memory of a place long since forgotten by time. The trees surrounding the space stood impossibly still, their branches frozen in mid-reach, as though caught by surprise. No wind moved here, no insects sang, even the fog held back, curling just shy of the threshold, as if it too feared what waited inside. I stared at the shack. The smoke drifting from the collapsed roof was thin, almost too faint to see. Unless you watched it long enough, it rose straight into the air, undisturbed by breeze, colorless but sharp, with the scent of something half-burned, wet wood, grease. I swallowed hard and stepped closer. The crunch of dead leaves underfoot, barely audible in the heavy hush. It wasn't large, barely the size of a tool shed, and older than anything I'd ever seen in the forest. The wood was gray with age, warped and split in places, but overlaid with a more recent coat of black, soot, deep and thick, clinging like bloodstains. Symbols were carved into the boards, some so old they had faded into shallow grooves, others fresh and angry, gouged with something jagged. I recognized none of them, but they turned my stomach to look at. Something about them hummed beneath the surface, I circled the shack once, careful not to cross the ash ring that bled out around its perimeter like a shadow. There were no windows, only a narrow doorway, its frame warped and sagging inward like the mouth of a starving animal. I stepped to the edge of it and peered inside. It was dark, not just dark. Wrong. The shadows inside the shack didn't behave like they should. They pooled unnaturally, swallowing the corners, drifting in slow waves across the floor, like ink in water. The fire I'd expected to find was absent. Instead, a dull red glow pulsed from somewhere deep inside, slow and rhythmic, like the beat of a buried heart. And something was breathing. I heard it before I saw anything else. A slow, wet draw of air, followed by a ragged exhale that sounded like wind dragging through cinders. My instincts screamed, and I almost turned away, almost fled back into the twisting path that had led me here. But then I saw it. Near the back wall, just visible in the glow, lay a figure. It was curled on the floor in a fetal position, naked, slick with sweat or some darker fluid, its skin blistered and raw. For one terrible moment, I thought it might be a child. Then it moved, and I saw the length of its limbs, the width of its back. It was a man, or had been. He turned toward me. Eyes opened, but there was nothing behind them. No irises, no whites, just sockets, filled with soft red coals, barely flickering, as if the fire inside him was dying. His mouth opened. No words came out, only a gurgle, thick and wet. I stepped back, and that's when the roots came. They burst through the floorboards without sound, curling and slithering like serpents. One wrapped around the man's wrist, another his ankle. He didn't struggle. He didn't scream. He only looked at me as they pulled him down. Not quickly, not violently, but steadily, as if the earth had decided to reclaim him inch by inch. His skin began to tear, first at the joints, then along the spine, peeling back like bark from a dying tree. Beneath, there was no flesh, only more roots, twisting, twitching, moist, with sap and blood. His body split, opened, and something crawled out. It looked like a bear, but it wasn't. It was too tall. Its limbs bent the wrong way. The fur was blackened, curled with burn scars, and its eyes, God, its eyes were the same as his, glowing, smoldering, and they knew me. It stepped forward. The floor groaned under its weight, though I couldn't tell if it was real or if the forest was simply letting me believe in solidity a little longer. Its breath rolled across the room and over me, hot and sweet with decay, thick with the scent of things that should never burn. And it smiled, not with lips, with its presence. I stumbled back, turned and bolted into the trees, but I wasn't running away. I was being herded. The trees closed in. The path twisted again, impossibly fast, snapping into new directions. Every time I tried to break off the trail, I ended up back where I started. The roots pulsed beneath the soil. I could feel them brushing the soles of my boots, testing the give of the ground. I broke into a sprint. The fog thickened. My lungs burned, my vision blurred. I passed another tree bleeding black sap, another boot half swallowed by soil, and then the world lit up. A flash of lightning tore through the sky with a sound like splitting bone. For a second, one terrible second, everything was clear. The forest wasn't a forest. It was a face, vast, ancient, watching from the trees and the fog and the paths that led nowhere. Its eyes were hollow spaces between branches. Its breath was the wind I hadn't felt. Its voice was the silence, and it smiled, too. The light vanished. Darkness rushed back in. I fell to my knees, heart hammering, hatchet slipping from my hand. The roots surged beneath me, just out of reach, waiting for weakness. I didn't get up. I listened, and from deep within the woods, behind bark and stone and time, I heard the bear breathe again, closer. I didn't move for a long time. The storm had passed, or at least paused, leaving the air soaked with electric residue, a metallic taste on my tongue that reminded me of blood. The silence pressed down hard, thick as wool, broken only by the steady throb of my pulse echoing in my skull. Even the forest seemed to be holding its breath. When I finally pushed myself upright, the fog had pulled back, just enough to reveal more of the winding path, now narrower, hemmed in by trees leaning close, like whispering priests. The ground no longer felt soft beneath me, but it carried a strange hum, a vibration that ebbed and pulsed through the soles of my boots. It was like standing on the skin of something vast and sleeping. I retrieved the hatchet. My hand trembled around the grip. The forest didn't fight me now. It invited me forward. Every step felt orchestrated, deliberate, as if I were being walked through a ritual I didn't understand. The trees grew stranger as I went, twisted in coils, split down the middle like lightning-struck flesh. Their bark slashed with symbols that made my vision swim. If I stared too long, one tree bore what looked like a jawbone nailed to its trunk. Another had a child's shoe half swallowed by moss. I came upon a place I almost recognized. A stream cut across the trail, shallow and slick with algae, just a few feet wide. I remembered this place from years ago. A quiet bend in the trail where I'd once eaten lunch. The water cool enough to drink straight from my palms, but now it was wrong. The water ran black, and not from silt. It gleamed like oil, sluggish and silent, and the stones beneath had turned a pale, brittle white, as though they'd been bleached by something more than time. A shape floated just beneath the surface. I crouched low, heart clawing at my ribs, and peered in. It was a face, its closed lips parted slightly. A woman. Her skin was gray, bloated, strands of hair floating around her like drowned weeds. Her arms were outstretched, fingers brushing the edges of the stones. I watched, transfixed, and then her eyes opened. No whites, no pupils, just a deep, endless red. I stumbled back, nearly falling into the stream, but when I looked again, the water was empty. Nothing but dark current and lifeless stones. Something laughed behind me. Low, guttural, like wood splintering under weight. I turned fast, hatchet raised. But there was nothing there, just the trees, silent and stoic. But they felt different now, closer, hungrier. I kept moving. The light began to change, not dimming exactly, but shifting in hue. A bruised purple crept in from the corners of my vision, turning the green of the forest to something sickly and unreal. My breath clouded, even though the air no longer felt cold. Insects buzzed, but their drone was too rhythmic, almost mechanical, like gears grinding behind a paper-thin wall. A clearing opened ahead, sudden and circular, ringed by stones that looked too evenly placed to be natural. In its center stood a figure. At first, I thought it was a scarecrow. It was bound to a wooden frame, arms outstretched, head slumped forward. Bits of cloth hung from its limbs, fluttering in a breeze. I couldn't feel, but as I stepped closer, I saw the stitching. Skin, pale and sun-cured, roughly patched, seamed together with what looked like black twine. The face was obscured by a sack, soaked in something dark, and flies swarmed lazily around it. Runes were etched into the chest, carved deep into the flesh beneath. The figure twitched, just once. I backed away slowly, but the ground shifted underfoot. Roots again. They slithered through the soil like veins, and as I looked down, I saw that my feet were surrounded. The roots didn't move fast. They didn't need to. They waited, testing, measuring. I stepped carefully, avoiding the worst of them, and moved toward the far side of the clearing. A sound followed me, a scraping, wet and slow, like raw meat, dragged over stone. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I knew that whatever was tied to that frame wasn't dead, not really. And it wanted me to turn around. I didn't. The forest darkened again. This time it wasn't fog, but shadow, thick and clinging, like smoke that left no scent. Shapes moved just beyond the edges of vision. Legs too long, arms too thin, glimpses of mouths where mouths shouldn't be, and always the scent of burning flesh. The blackened bear was close. I could feel it. A sudden wind tore through the trees, and with it came a sound that made my bones want to shatter. A roar, impossibly deep, threaded with pain and fury, and something worse, recognition. It knew me. It remembered me. I broke into a run again, lungs burning, eyes streaming from the wind. Branches caught at me like hands, slicing across my face and arms. I stumbled, slid through a patch of mud, and came up gasping. The trees pressed close once more, the trail narrowing into nothing, and then the ground opened, not like a hole, but like a mouth. Soil cracked, roots spread wide, and I dropped without a sound into the earth. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was a set of glowing red eyes, peering down from above, unblinking. The bear had been waiting. The fall didn't kill me. It should have. I dropped for what felt like hours, the roots opening around me like the throat of a monstrous, patient thing, their slick bark sliding against my arms and legs, guiding me downward. Not too fast, not fast enough to break bone, just enough to disorient, to confuse, to make me forget the feel of sky. When I landed, it was soft, not dirt. Something warmer, damp, pliable. It yielded beneath my weight and let out a faint sound, almost a sigh. I scrambled to my feet, heart thudding, the dark pressing in so tightly that my own breath sounded muffled by the closeness. I couldn't see my hands in front of my face, couldn't tell which way I'd fallen or where I'd come from. The silence here was different, not just quiet, but full, like the world had been packed with cotton and wet leaves. The air stank, sweet, like rot. Not the crisp scent of forest decay, but something older, meatier, like a butcher's shop in midsummer. Left to stew, my stomach turned, and I forced it down. Vomiting here felt like it would be an invitation. I reached out in the dark. My fingers met stone, smooth, cold, sweating moisture. I followed it. Hands pressed flat, moving slow, feeling for angles, edges, anything that would tell me what kind of space this was. The wall curved gently, uninterrupted, a tunnel. Then something made, or worn, or grown. I moved forward. My boots stuck slightly with each step, the floor sucking faintly, like wet clay. After maybe a minute or an hour, time had lost shape. I began to see shapes in the dark, faint glimmers. Not light, exactly, more like the suggestion of light, as if my eyes were being allowed just a little truth at a time. The walls began to pulse, not with color or sound, but with breath, slow and vast. I pressed my hand to the surface again and felt the swell and fall, as if the whole space was one huge lung exhaling beneath the earth. Then the whispers began. They came from behind me. No words, not really, just sounds like words. Half-formed and urgent. Spoken through water, they slipped into my ears, bypassing thought, and settled somewhere deep behind my eyes. My skin went cold. The hatchet, still slick in my grip, felt too small to matter here. The light flared, dim, red, flickering from ahead, low to the ground, like embers caught in a draft. I moved toward it, slowly, each step carefully placed. My breath held. The tunnel widened. And there, in the center of the chamber, sat a circle of stones. Within it, a fire burned without heat, its flames licking upward in silence, casting no shadows. Around it lay bones arranged in spirals, precise and meticulous. Tiny bones, fingers, birds perhaps, but each one etched with symbols so small I could barely see them. There was something above the fire, hanging, suspended from the ceiling, by a net of twisted root and sinew, was a body, desiccated, long dead, arms outstretched, head tilted back. Its mouth was open wide in a soundless scream, and from it spilled vines and worms and the skeletal remains of some small forest creature. Fused to its jaw, the roots pulsed slowly, dripping thick sap onto the fire, and the fire fed, not on the sap. On me, I felt it reach, not physically, but inside, a hand without form pressing against memories, sifting through thought like fingers through soil. I staggered back, heart punching against my ribs, the pressure in my skull building. Then the voice returned, clear this time. Michael, not whispered. Spoken. I froze. The fire didn't speak again, but something moved behind it. A shadow detached from the wall, tall and thin and somehow wet, its edges rippling as if submerged in water. It stepped through the flames without pause, and the fire bent around it, like a curtain being drawn aside. As it moved, its shape shifted, not violently, not like film tearing, but subtly. One moment, it had the posture of a man, then a deer, then something quadrupedal, limping, always changing. Its face never settled. It was wearing them. Faces. I saw a child's grin melt into the slack-jawed terror of an old man. A woman's weeping eyes rolled back and vanished beneath coarse fur, all of them looking at me, all of them aware. It stepped closer. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. My thoughts slowed. Every instinct screamed to run, to claw at the walls, to dig upward through the choking soil until I could scream under open sky. But I stood, paralyzed as it reached toward me. Its hand brushed my chest, and I remembered not something from my life. Something older, a fire, a forest, the way screams sound when you know no help is coming. I saw my own hands, young, strong, dragging someone from a burning house. A shape charred, thrashing, screaming my name, and I let go. Back in the tunnel, I collapsed. Gasping, the thing was gone. The fire had guttered, only the bones remained, humming softly, and the ceiling above cracked, not from collapse, from footsteps, heavy, pacing, sniffing. The bear was above, and it was looking for a way in. The footsteps overhead stopped. I pressed my back flat against the cold tunnel wall, heart thudding against my ribs like something trying to claw its way out. The silence that followed was heavier than the footsteps, somehow louder in its absence, and more dangerous. Whatever walked above wasn't wandering. It was listening, measuring, waiting, and then the sound began again. Not footsteps this time, but sniffing, wet, animal snorts that moved in circles, then narrowed, like a predator zoning in on a scent that never should have been here. My scent. The ceiling above me groaned, a deep, earthy creak, as if the roots that formed it were being pried apart by something large and immensely strong. A trickle of soil rained down onto my shoulder. I didn't move. I didn't breathe, but I felt it. Some sense that reached beyond the physical, that prickled along my skin and whispered into the marrow of my bones. It had found me. Then the sound stopped. For one heartbeat, there was nothing. Then, boom, the ceiling exploded inward. A massive claw, blackened and steaming, punched through the earth, snapping thick root systems like twigs. Soil and stone rained down in an avalanche. I threw myself to the side, barely dodging the claws as they gnashed into the space where I'd been. The tunnel groaned, convulsed, then began to collapse. I ran. Darkness and debris blurred together as I sprinted through the tunnel, the earth collapsing behind me in thunderous bursts. The thing above didn't follow by foot. It tore through, ripping open the ground as it chased me. I felt the collapse nipping at my heels, felt the way the roots shifted underfoot to try to slow me, tangle me, feed me back to the bear. But the tunnel wasn't infinite. Ahead, a flicker of light, a thin bluish shimmer, like moonlight through water. I dove toward it, shoulder first, not knowing what it was, not caring. Anything was better than being caught. I fell again, but this time, it was into air. The light enveloped me in a sudden burst, cold and stinging, like plunging into ice. I landed on my back. The breath knocked from my lungs, and when I looked up, I was no longer underground. I lay on a forest floor, somehow dry, carpeted with moss and pine needles. Above me, the trees swayed gently under a starlit sky. No fog, no rain, no fire, just quiet. At first, I thought I'd escaped, that maybe the forest had let me go. But then I noticed the air. It didn't move right. The trees, though, still seemed to shimmer faintly at the edges, like I was seeing them through heat haze. And the stars overhead, too many. Not constellations, I knew. Some of them moved. I stood slowly, head pounding, ribs aching, and took in the clearing. It was perfect, too perfect. A circular glade of precisely spaced birches, all the same height, the same pale bark. The ground around me was clean, almost manicured. In the center, a single flat stone lay embedded in the moss. On its surface were carvings, runes, spirals, and something else. A name. My name. Not scratched, but carved. Deep and precise. As if by a steady hand, and plenty of time. I stepped closer, heart stuttering. Below my name, a date, tomorrow's. A gust of wind tore through the trees. Then, though the air had been still just moments before, it carried the scent of ash and blood, and something older, something burnt, and with it came the sound of weeping. It wasn't human. High-pitched and layered, like multiple voices sobbing in unison. The sound echoed from every direction at once. I turned in a slow circle, hatchet raised, and realized the trees were changing. Their bark began to blacken. Cracks appeared, seeping thick, dark sap. The leaves withered and curled. The sky overhead dimmed, stars blinking out, one by one, and then the stone at my feet began to bleed. A thick crimson seeped from the carved letters of my name, soaking into the moss. It pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. The flow increasing, the weeping grew louder. and from the shadows beyond the trees, they came, figures, thin, wrapped in bark and vine. Their faces were featureless, save for mouths that opened in unison, each letting out that horrible sobbing sound. They moved toward the stone, toward me, step by dragging step, as if pulled by some invisible force. I backed away. But the forest shifted again. The trees behind me now formed a solid wall. There was no path, no trail, just me, the bleeding stone, and the encroaching things. Then the voice returned. Not from them, from the air. Welcome back, Michael. It was my own voice, mocking, distant, tired. And then the roots came from beneath the moss. From the bleeding stone they erupted, twisting, writhing, snapping like serpents, and wrapped around my ankles. I hacked at them with the hatchet. But more came, stronger, smarter. They didn't just pull. They felt, they probed, they remembered. They dragged me down to my knees. The weeping figures stood now in a circle around me, silent, watching, waiting, and the bear's eyes opened in the darkness between them, burning, unblinking, closer than they had ever been. I was not outside the forest. I was deeper inside than I'd ever been before. The bear didn't move. It stood just beyond the circle of weeping figures, half shrouded in the warping shadows of the forest. Its massive form barely contained by the space between the blackened trees. I could see it clearly, despite the darkness. Its fur singed and curling, clumped in wet patches, stinking of char and rot. Its eyes glowed like coals buried too long beneath ash, flickering as they locked on mine. I couldn't breathe. The roots still held me in place, tightened now to the point of pain, bruising flesh, cutting skin. They didn't want to restrain. They wanted to become. I could feel their intent in the way they pulsed with my heartbeat, synchronized with it, as though preparing to enter. The weeping figures had grown still. They no longer sobbed. Instead, their mouths remained open, too wide now, stretched grotesquely, as if unhinged. From within them came a low, droning hum, bone-deep and nauseating, vibrating the air, the soil, my ribs. It wasn't sound. It was pressure, pushing in on my skull from all directions. The bear stepped forward. Its massive paw crushed a fallen branch. But no sound came from the impact. No birds fled. No crickets stirred. This was not the world I had known. The rules here were older, more cruel, more exact. As it neared, the firelight returned, not from the bear, but from beneath me. The bleeding stone had ignited, veins of blood running like rivers through cracks in the moss, now burning bright with silent flame. The heat didn't rise. It sank as if pulling the world inward. The bear's mouth opened. No sound. Just the slow, wet parting of charred flesh. From within that maw came not a roar, but a whisper, a voice I recognized immediately. My own again, but not like before. This one was younger. Let them burn, Michael. You already have. I shook my head. more instinct than denial, and tried to wrench free. The roots held. They dug. I screamed, but the hum from the watchers swallowed it whole. Then, light, blinding and blue-white. It flashed across the clearing like a divine blade, casting shadows so sharp they split the weeping figures into pieces of fractured silhouettes. For one heartbeat, the bear froze, mouth closing slowly, eyes narrowing. Lightning, somewhere above this twisted version of the forest. A storm still raged, and for that one moment, I saw not just the bear. Everything. The forest floor was not moss. Not entirely. It was skin, stretched tight over something vast and living, breathing shallow beneath me. The trees weren't trees. They were limbs bent and grown into stillness, bark made of coal-used flesh and fungal growth. The figures around me, puppets of root and regret, their true forms buried beneath layers of forest grime and lost memories. I saw my name carved into every tree trunk. I saw the faces of people I'd saved, and those I hadn't. The lightning faded. Darkness returned, but something in me had shifted. The roots hesitated. I reached down, hands shaking, and pressed them to the stone. It burned, my skin bubbled, flesh seared, and the smell of it brought tears to my eyes. But the roots shrieked, recoiling. The circle around me broke. The watchers staggered backward, limbs jerking spasmodically. The bear roared, not aloud, but into me. The sound filled every thought, cracked every memory. I dropped to my knees, head pounding, blood running down my arms and chest. But the roots didn't return. And then a voice, not mine, not the bear's, something else. A woman, soft, unfamiliar. You shouldn't have come here alone. From the trees, a figure stepped forward, human, or clothes, wrapped in a cloak of bark and leaves, her skin pale as bone, her eyes dark and deep and utterly without mercy. She didn't walk. She slid, feet never quite touching the ground, her presence as much a displacement of reality as the bear's. But where it brought terror, she brought stillness. The bear stopped. She turned to it, lifted one hand, and said a word I didn't understand. The bear shuddered, violently, and backed away, eyes locked on hers, mouth trembling. Then, slowly, it melted into the tree line, the weeping watchers following, dispersing like shadows at sunrise. Silence returned, and I collapsed. The woman stood over me, impassive. You marked yourself, she said, voice flat. You bled into the root. Now it knows you. What is this place? I rasped, my throat raw, my body barely holding shape. She crouched, head tilted. It's where the forest remembers what the fire tried to erase. My vision blurred. My body shook. Am I dead? She didn't answer. Instead, she reached out and placed something in my palm. Cold, hard, familiar. My old firefighter's badge. Blackened, melted. "It's not finished with you," she said. "And you're not finished with it." The ground beneath me pulsed once more, and the nightmare deepened. The badge burned my hand long after the woman disappeared. I don't remember watching her leave. One moment she knelt beside me. The next she was gone, as if the trees had swallowed her. The roots had retreated. The watchers had melted into shadow, and the bear, it was out there still. I knew, just beyond sight. I turned the badge over in my blistered palm. Its surface was warped. The metal charred and twisted. The edges had fused with flakes of what looked like bone. My own, someone else's, it didn't matter. It pulsed faintly with an inner heat. Not fire, but something older, like a dying star, distant and collapsing. I stood slowly, each muscle screaming, every breath laced with smoke that shouldn't have existed in air. So still, my clothes were damp with blood, sweat, and soil. The scent of scorched earth heavy in my nostrils. The clearing had returned to silence, but the forest was watching again. I could feel it behind the bark, in the branches, under the ground. I didn't belong here, but I was part of it now. A narrow path had formed in front of me, no more than a deer trail, but it was clean, deliberate. A thread pulled through the nightmare. I knew better than to trust the forest's guidance. But I had no choice. Every direction led deeper. The path wound tightly between trees that leaned too far in. Their upper limbs tangled together like fingers clasped in prayer. As I walked, the undergrowth thickened with strange fungi, translucent and softly glowing. Like growths fed on starlight and memory, they swayed when I passed. Though there was no wind, a sound joined me then, not the footsteps of pursuit, not the weeping. Something worse, children, giggling, light. Airy laughter echoing far too close to be real. Threading through the trees like spider silk, it moved with me, not around me, through me. Every time I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed. Then came the scent, smoke again. But this time, not wild and raging, controlled, chemical, familiar. I knew this smell. It was the burn from my last fire, the one that ended it all. My boots crunched over broken glass and wet ash. The path had led me somewhere impossible. I stood now in the skeletal remains of a burned-out house, half-formed, like a memory collapsing under its own weight. The walls were little more than soot-streaked silhouettes, furniture reduced to blackened lumps, yet somehow everything was exactly as I remembered it. The child's bed, the toys, the oxygen tank. I dropped the badge. It hit the ground with a dull clink, metal on tile. Kitchen tile. I hadn't seen that kitchen in years. But here it was, perfect and horrifying. The stove flickered. The gas had been left on. Again, I stumbled back, heart hammering, and the laughter surged once more. No longer childish, now distorted, glitched. As if the forest couldn't quite mimic innocence without something else leaking in. A voice rose from the floorboards, a whisper beneath the structure. vibrating up through the walls and into my skull. You knew it would happen. You were too late. Again, I covered my ears, but the sound came from inside. The forest wasn't just replaying memory, it was rewriting it. I turned and fled, stumbling over debris that wasn't there moments before. Collapsed beams, charred photo frames, a half-melted tricycle. My breath tore from my lungs in ragged bursts. The house pulsed with unnatural heat. Just before I escaped through what used to be the front door, I heard the scream, the same one I'd heard the day that house burned. High, thin, endless. The scream of a child. The path reappeared, impossibly clean beyond the threshold, as if the house had been a pocket of rot in otherwise untouched wilderness. I didn't stop. I ran. The trees around me began to change. Their trunks grew smoother, almost human. I could see patterns in the bark, faces twisted and mute. Some screaming, others weeping, a few simply watching with hollow eyes. One of them looked like me. And behind its eyes, something moved. The trail narrowed until I had to crawl, roots clawing at my arms and legs like fingers, whispering nonsense in a language older than speech. The world tilted, grew darker, colder. My breath steamed in the air again. A clearing appeared ahead. I stumbled into it and froze. It was the fire tower, Cedarville's old lookout, abandoned for decades. I'd hiked past it 100 times but never seen it like this. Perfect, pristine, as if untouched by time. The wood shone like it was freshly built, the ladder up its side gleaming with oil. Smoke curled from the top platform. Something waited up there. The forest pulsed around me like a held breath. I could feel the eyes of the bear again. Close now, too close. The badge still burned against my thigh, where I'd stashed it in my pocket. I looked up the tower, 30 feet. Then came the voice again. The woman's this time, distant and hollow. You are close now. It remembers you. The tower groaned, and something inside it moved. The wind died, the laughter returned, and I climbed. The steps creaked beneath me, not with age, but resistance, as if the tower itself didn't want me climbing it. Each board bent subtly downward, damp and pulsing faintly under my boots, like flesh barely concealing muscle. The air grew colder with each rung, thick with the scent of pine sap turned sour smoke, and something faintly metallic, like blood left too long in the open air. The laughter had stopped. Now, only the wind moaned between the trees far below, low and mournful, like the forest was trying to remember a song it hadn't sung in ages. I gripped the sides of the ladder tighter, hands numb from the chill, knuckles cracked and bloodied. Somewhere below, I could still feel the eyes of the bear, distant now but present always, watching, waiting, circling like a predator, not of flesh but of memory. I reached the top. The Firewatch cab was intact. The set in itself was wrong. The windows were clean, the door shut but unlocked, hinges oiled, wood polished. No dust, no moss, no trace of rot. like the forest had been tending it, or perhaps like nothing here aged unless the forest willed it. I opened the door. Inside, the space was warm, too warm. A fire crackled in the old stove, but it gave no smoke, no light, only heat, dry, choking, the kind of heat that saps moisture from your bones. The maps on the walls were marked with symbols I didn't recognize, circles and slashes and spirals, burned into the parchment with something more deliberate than ink. On the far wall, a chair faced the window, silhouetted by the dim outside light. Something sat in it. I approached. The figure didn't move. It was small, child-sized, but wrapped in heavy cloth, a coat or a shroud, stitched together with thread the color of ash. Its head was tilted toward the glass. One hand, bone-thin and blackened at the fingertips, rested on the armrest. The smell of smoke was thickest here. I reached out, touched its shoulder. It turned, not in motion, but in reality. One moment it faced the window. The next, it looked at me, and I hadn't seen it move. The face was not burned. It was my own, younger, terrified, mouth open in a silent scream, its eyes locked to mine, and behind them I saw the fire, the hallway, the bedroom, the last call I ever answered. The child, the tank, the mistake. I stepped back, heart pounding, mouth dry. The figure raised its hand and pointed to the floor. Carved into the planks at our feet was a symbol I'd seen a dozen times now, on trees, on stone, in scars on my own skin. A twisted spiral within a jagged circle, freshly scored, still bleeding. Beneath it, the boards shifted, cracked, broke. The floor of the cab collapsed beneath us. I didn't fall into the trees. I fell into roots. They caught me mid-air, coiling around my limbs, halting my descent, like a puppet pulled from a drop. The child, my mirror, fell too, but the roots ignored him. He hit the earth below with a dull, wet sound, didn't move again. I screamed. The forest answered. The clearing was gone. The tower above me now rose on pillars of gnarled wood, grown from the ground like antlers piercing upward. The roots held me suspended over a chasm I hadn't seen, black and wide and breathing. It inhaled through the trees. It exhaled through my mouth. A voice rose from it, low and guttural. You opened the scar. The woman was below me now, standing beside the corpse of my mirrored child self. Untouched by the collapse, her hands stained with sap and soot, she didn't look up. You should have let it burn, she said. You should have left it buried. I didn't know. I gasped. You did, she replied, eyes rising to meet mine. You just ran. The roots began to lower me, slowly, toward the chasm, toward the mouth in the earth. I fought them, every muscle screaming, but they only tightened, coiling into my skin, pulling the truth from my bones. Visions flooded my mind. The fires I couldn't stop, the people I couldn't save. Every breath I stole from the smoke, faces blurred, Screams echoed, my own voice shouting orders that came too late. The badge in my pocket began to melt again, scorching through the fabric, searing my thigh. I reached for it, knowing it was madness, knowing it would burn me. But the forest feared it. I could feel it. The roots recoiled slightly. The chasm shuddered. The woman frowned. "You're not ready," she whispered. Then she vanished, consumed by bark that folded over her like a coffin closing. The roots released me. I dropped into the dark, and the nightmare opened its eyes. I never hit the bottom. There was no bottom. I fell through layers of memory and nightmare, each one stitched to the next by root and ash, flickering with flame that offered no light, only shadows that whispered things I had tried so hard to forget. Faces blurred by smoke screamed my name as I passed them, mouths open in judgment, their eyes hollow like burnt-out lanterns. I lost all sense of time, of direction, of self. Then the falling stopped. I was standing, not on soil, but on something that felt like ground, a floor made of tightly woven branches, not smooth and dry, creaking gently under my weight. Above me, no sky, just a canopy of twisted wood and bleeding leaves, pulsing faintly with amber light, as if the forest had a heartbeat. Around me, the air shifted with a soft, ceaseless rustle, like 1,000 mouths whispering behind bark. I tried to move. My legs obeyed, but everything else resisted. My thoughts felt wrapped in gauze. The fire tower was gone. The woman was gone. Even the badge was gone, though the burn remained, etched in flesh like a brand. I followed the sound. It wasn't footsteps, not wind, not laughter. A low, rhythmic thudding, like something huge breathing beneath the surface. I walked toward it, unable to do anything else. Shapes began to appear in the trees, figures, half-formed, children with hollow eyes and open mouths, men with charred skin, women split at the seams, their blood replaced with root and moss. They lined the path like statues made of regret. Each time I blinked, they were closer, and I was deeper. The forest was no longer around me. I was inside it. The trees weren't trees anymore. They were ribs. This wasn't a forest. It was a body, a prison, a mind. And it had always been awake. The path ended at a hollow in the ground, perfectly round, ringed with scorched stones and crawling with vines that pulsed in rhythm with the forest's breath. Smoke leaked from the center, rising in a spiral that danced like a living thing. At the center stood the blackened bear, towering, still. Its fur smoldered, burned to the texture of cracked bark. Eyes like twin embers stared into me, not at me, into. Its breath steamed into the cold air. Each exhale brought the scent of fire and rot. I couldn't move, not because I was afraid, but because I knew this was the end of the path. And part of me wanted it. The bear stepped forward. The earth groaned beneath it. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came. My throat was full of ash. My thoughts melted. Only the fire remained. The bear raised one paw and pressed it to my chest. Not a strike. Not an attack. A marking. I screamed as its claws burned through fabric, through skin, straight into bone, not tearing, but writing, etching something in a language made of pain. My vision swam, the forest twisted, reality cracked, and then I wasn't standing anymore. I was everywhere, in the trees, in the soil, in the roots, beneath the rivers. I could feel the weight of every scream ever swallowed by this place. I could taste every fire that had burned and been forgotten. I could hear my own voice crying out from places I'd never been. I was the fireman again. I was the child. I was the forest. I awoke gasping in the mud. The world spinning, drenched in sweat, breathing hard, but not alone. The bear was gone. The clearing was empty, but something was inside me now, watching, waiting, and the forest was silent. Listening, I stumbled back toward the trail, but there was no trail, only endless trees. I walked anyway, and I walked, and I walked, until I realized the sun would never rise, and the ground beneath me had begun to move, slowly, gently, as if roots were cradling me, drawing me down. I tried to run, but my legs sunk deeper. The soil sucked at my feet like tar, pulling me inch by inch. My fingers clawed at bark that flaked into ash. The trees leaned in. I screamed, and the scream was mine, but also not mine, because I'm still screaming, and the forest never ends, and the nightmare never stops, and I'm trapped, buried beneath the earth, held in roots that remember everything, including me.